Hello, hello everybody. Thoughts are hard. I'm sorry, I'm trying to like think, but I'm not thinking. Well anyways, hello everybody. Yeah, I think I am going to do Cinderella Phenomenon as a recurring stream thing. Am I gonna do all of them? Well, kinda. I kinda have to if I want to get to like the biggest plot thing. So yeah. It'll probably take us some time to finish it. But hey, that's what makes it a series. But I hope you all are doing well today. Let me think. Because it's not my strong suit apparently right now. Did I have anything I needed to say? I don't think so. Yeah, because I think I said it all on Saturday. But just to reiterate, again, what was it, Thursday? Jesus, now I have to actually go and look. Why do I do this to myself? I believe it is Thursday. So yeah, Thursday I believe is Bustafellows and Yapping. Now, I didn't put like the entire thing, because, well, it wasn't gonna fit. But yeah, Thursday it's going to be Bustafellows review and Yapping. I don't know which one I'll do first. I'll probably end up doing Bustafellows review first. So, yeah. I just wanted to explain that. And then I know I also retweeted. Let me see. Oh yeah, I also said that for tomorrow's stream for Nier, I might do some of the side quest stuff off stream. Don't know how far I'll get with that, because goddamn, they drive me insane. But yeah. And then I also said in it that I don't know how much is left in the Genso Manage demo, so I will try and have something to do after it, in case it's like, I don't know, like 30 minutes or less. Oh, high small gray model I've never seen. It's just one second. Sorry, had to sneeze. It's just a customizable model. That's all it is. Because I don't have a chibi model. I really do want one, I will say that. But I don't have the funds for a chibi model. So I gotta make do with what I can. So consider this like a temporary chibi model until I get my own. Alright, now that I've done all the little catch-up stuff, let us continue with our step bro. Oh god, that really hurts to say. Alright, so I think basically we left off after choosing Rod to be paired up with. Okay, yeah. I think we'll ask Rod if he will pair up with me. I know we don't have a good relationship. Rod has spared no effort in telling me how cruel I've been to his family. Sorry, the headpad isn't connected to this one, unfortunately. Sorry. Because again, like I said, this is only like a temporary thing and not something I use very often. So I didn't really see a need to like set up the head pads to this. Oh right, speaking of, almost forgot to open up the text-to-speech. Nothing reset, did it? Okay, good. Hit that this way then. But don't worry, text-to-speech still works. But I feel that rectifying whatever mistakes I made with them might be an easy way to get 3 good deeds. Yes, but that may not be the whole truth. I do not care if he does not want to break his curse. I only need him to help me remedy the supposedly bad things I have done to his family. I believe that will be the easiest way to break my curse. Oh my god. English hard. But the problem is that I rarely see him here. He is usually at the palace. In order for this arrangement to work, I will need to be in the palace. Laura's voice trails off. She averts her gaze to the floor, her expression a mixture of anxiety and solemn consideration. What if what? Is there something I should know? Both the witch and the fairy just stare at me silently. After a few moments, Parfait speaks. What sort of purposes? Why would the witches be after me in the first place? What would you have me do? I have a bad feeling about this. As you should. This cannot be happening. I close my eyes and suppress the urge to groan. Listen, hon, it's the only way you can get in, so you might as well suck it up. How is it that Delora was able to turn me into Amella's personal maid? You thought this would be funny, did she? Well, I will make her pay for this. I'm not exactly sure how Delora managed this. She told me she was going to cast a spell on me, and that it would be over as soon as I opened my eyes. I closed my eyes, and sure enough, when I opened them, I found myself here in a maid uniform. What did she do? The maid continues to babble at me. How annoying. I pretend to listen to her as she leads me through the palace hallways. Amela and Rod's chambers are located here. We come to a halt when Amela suddenly appears from around the corner. The maid ducks into a neat curtsy. Amela's eyes meet mine. I tense as I wait for any signs of recognition from her, but she only gives me a curious look, as if wondering who I am. She clearly does not recognize me. The maid suddenly reaches back and pulls at my shoulder, forcing me into a bow. Ah, how demeaning this must feel, huh, Petty? Excuse me? What is she trying to achieve by pretending to be kind to a palace maid? Who is she trying to fool? Amela glances at the maid, looking confused. and Mello turns to look at me again. Oh, girl, if you don't shut up, I'll backslap you. I scowl at the maid before facing Amela. I cannot believe I have fallen so low that I'm now being ordered around by a maid. Petty. When I do not respond, Amela's face falls. I raise my eyebrows at the maid, irritated. I breathe a sigh of relief. I am not here to babysit her. The maid leans forward and whispers something in my ear. The maid pushes me forward so that I am forced to stand next to Amela. Amela frowns and looks at me. What is she apologizing for? The king's eyes widen as soon as he spots me. Does he recognize me? I feel a little tremble in my heart as I consider that hope. Hun, you know he doesn't. I deflate with a soundless sigh. He remembers me as the peasant. Petty. Honestly, I can kind of feel her pain. Like, damn. But that's how life be sometimes. You get cursed and suddenly everybody forgets who you are. The king gives me a warm smile. The softness of his gaze makes me angry. He never treated me so kindly when he remembered me as his own daughter. Amela takes her seat while I walk to stand at the walls beside the other maids and butlers. The door opens and Rod walks inside. He greets the king, Ophelia, and then his sister. He is just about to take his seat when his eyes suddenly fall on me. The shock is apparent on his face. Hey! So you can get rid of me that easy? His tone is almost accusatory. I bristle at his words and am about to say something when Ophelia speaks. Rod stares at me for a few moments, his expression unreadable. Eventually, he moves to take his seat. I stand silent and watch the royal family eat their breakfast. The small area is filled with happy conversation. The four of them smile at each other when they speak, and it is easy to see how comfortable they all are with one another. When I was still here, our meals were always so quiet. But everyone looks so happy now. I bite my lip to will the heavy feeling away. Rod told me that before, but I did not want to believe him. I turned back to the conversation at hand. Ophelia gives the king a disapproving look. Amella's cheeks are tinted pink. A royal ball for Amella? For her to find a husband? I never would have agreed to such a thing. The king never forced me into one because he knew that. He glances at Ophelia, who responds with a fond smile. Her expressions fall back into something more worried when she looks at her daughter. Ah, yes, the whole I'd like some grandkids before I die, you know. Ah. I can tell that the king is trying to make light of this situation, but there is an undertone of seriousness. Amella eventually sighs, then slowly nods. My gaze shifts to Rod to search for a reaction, but his expression is impassive. No reaction at all. Did he know this was going to happen? Amella looks down, looking genuinely distressed. Amella stands up and ducks into a quick curtsy before rushing from the room. I do not move until I feel Rod's glare on me. I realize that I am meant to follow Amella. Excuse me. I curtsy and follow after Amella. I barely make it a few steps away from the dining hall before the door flies open and Rod is rushing after me. What am I doing here? Well, I'm here for you. Let me stop. Nah, I'm gonna answer him. I'm here to break my curse. Rod's expression changes, anger clear in his eyes. What are you talking about? I stare at him, nonplussed by his accusations. I carefully quell the simmering anger inside me. The last thing I want is to be fired before I break my curse. I am not here to hurt anyone, so stop accusing me of such things. We glare at each other in silence. I had always thought that Rod was closed off and quiet, but his emotions are always blazing in his eyes. Rod steps back, but his gaze is still fierce. I do not have time for this. I am going to find Amella. No, because it is now my job to attend to her. Excuse me. The last place I expect to find Amella is in the throne room. Much to my surprise, I find her standing alone inside, staring up at the throne. When she turns to face me, she has a guilty expression on her face. What is she apologizing for? Amella gazes back at the throne and sighs. She sighs once again and looks down at her clasped hands. I have nothing to say in response when Amela turns her beseeching gaze to me. Isn't this precisely what you wanted? When your mother married the king, you became a princess. You went from rags to riches overnight. I cannot keep the bitterness from my voice when I speak. Your life is playing out like Cinderella's, is it not? All you are missing are the glass slippers, and even then, I am sure the king could arrange for a pair. I cannot understand why you are so unhappy. Amela turns away from me to face the throne once more, and in the sun that streams through the windows, I see something shining on her cheeks. Is she crying? What? Well, no, because my dad knows I would never agree. I would never do anything so worthless. The king never brought up the subject with me. He most likely knew I would have refused. Amela suddenly pats her cheeks and turns to me, a wry smile on her face. We have only just exited the throne room when Amela stops short and I almost bump into her back. Sir Mithros abruptly stops to stare at me. Why is Sir Mithros looking at me so intently? Amused? There is something in Sir Mithros' gaze that I do not trust. The silence is stifling, so I curtsy at him. Sir? Sir Mithros turns his attention back to Amela. Amela decided to invite Rod to join us on her visit. One of the guards offered to get Rod for her, but he has yet to return. Another stands with us by the gates, ready to escort us into town. Why does the king even keep these incompetent fools if they cannot find a single person? I sigh. I will go look for him. You can stay here. She has yet to ask me to do anything. What does she think a maid even does? I look at her solemnly, not answering her. Finally, she relents. I incline my head just slightly before walking off. I feel like a babysitter. I cannot believe I have to search for Rod. This is only slightly better than being dragged around by that broom. I turn around the corner and nearly bump into someone. I take a few steps back just in time. I look up in shock. Fritz's surprise mirrors my own. He pauses to stare at my clothing. Fritz, you remember who I am? The only people who remember me are the witches, fairies, and... Fritz, are you? Stop when I hear the sound of approaching footsteps. Fritz turns at the sound, then stoops low into a formal bow when he sees Rod. Rod's impassive face twists with annoyance when he sees me. Rod does not even acknowledge Fritz as he walks past him to stop in front of me. Rod is clearly just as surprised as I am that Fritz remembers me. Fritz? I cut him off before he can ask any more questions. I feel Rod's gaze on my back as I turn to look at Fritz. No more questions. Right now, I am a palace maid. It is a long story, and I have no time to explain now, so do not ask. Fritz is clearly discontent. He seems to struggle for a few moments before he finally sighs and nods. Though it is nice to hear someone here speak my title, it will not do if Fritz calls me that on accident. It is just petty for now. I turn to face Rod. Amela is waiting. The guard could not even deliver her message? Amela wants to visit her friend's shop in town, and she wants you to go with us, Rod. Ordinarily, I would not mind Fritz joining us, but right now he might just be unnecessary company. He may very well give me away. Rod barely wants to speak with me when it is just the two of us. I doubt Fritz would make him more sociable. Yes. Fritz looks down for a moment before looking at Rod. Ridiculous. I do not need to be coddled. Even if I did, Rod couldn't care less if I am hurt. I cannot tell if he's being genuine or not. Fritz bows to the both of us. Rod turns and begins to walk away without another word. Rod is silent as we make our way back to the palace gates. I am still thinking about what he said to Fritz earlier. Why would Rod agree to Fritz's request? Because he just wanted him to leave? I stare at Rod's back as he walks in front of me. Sometimes I cannot figure out what he is thinking. Amela beams when she catches sight of us. Rod crosses his arms. He does not look very happy with his sister. Even though Rod is younger, I cannot help but think that he often sounds like the older of the two. I mean, he's not wrong though. Amela's face drops as she looks down at the ground. Rod lets out an exasperated sigh before stepping inside the carriage. I soon come to realize that it is easier to walk around town now that everyone has forgotten who I am. The atmosphere around town feels brighter. All the spiteful stares are gone. Amela has responded to most of the people who know her. Seems to know a good majority of the people in town. I hang back as Amela speaks with the man. The night escort hovers somewhere nearby, watching for disturbances. We are going to take longer than an hour if she continues like this. Don't you need to return to the palace to continue whatever work it is that you are doing? Rod raises an eyebrow at me. Happy? I look more closely at Amela. She is smiling, but then she always smiles. I do not understand. Why would she have to worry about being judged? It is clear that everyone adores her. Amela takes the man's hand in hers as she wishes him well. Rod points out the gesture. Is goodness pretending to be interested in the lives of strangers? Amela eventually says her goodbyes before walking toward a familiar store. This is the toy shop I visited with Amela and Rod before. I glance at Rod and notice the expression on his face. Seems conflicted. Why? But before I can ask, Rod marches in front of me and decisively pushes open the door. When I enter, Amela is already hugging the shop girl, Viorica. Amela steps back before nodding, a bright smile on her face. Oh yeah, wasn't it? Oh yeah, that's right. Okay. Yeah, that's right. I completely forgot. Like I said, it's been like 8 years. So stuff is only like now triggering, like, oh yeah. Wedding? She's already engaged. I catch a small movement out of the corner of my eyes and turn to glance at Rod. I notice his fingers clench into a fist before he quickly hides his hand behind his back. Though his expression is impassive as always, I notice the tenseness in his shoulders. Viorica trails off when she notices the rest of us. His tone is surprisingly static. Last time he was here, I was sure he sounded friendlier. Another doll? But Amela is not interested in dolls. So yeah, that's right. Rod had feelings for her. So I think... you know what? Nope. We're already doing his route, so I won't spoil anything else. I know it is my job to follow Amela around, but I am not at all interested in hearing her talk to this girl. Valid, honestly. Does she even want me here? I mean, look, ultimately, we're here to break our curse. Amela is only gonna help with that so much. My time might be better spent trying to improve Rod's opinion of me. If I could get him to tell me precisely what I have done wrong, I can make up for it. I hope that would give me a good deed. I curtsy to the two girls. Excuse me, Your Highness. I shall wait outside with Rod. I cough to clear my throat. With the prince. I move to stand next to Rod, who is leaning against the wall. Rod sighs in annoyance. Tell me how to rectify whatever wrong I have done to your family. I cannot help but scowl at Rod's answer. You spout all this nonsense about goodness but refuse to help me. How is that good? What? Maybe I can catch him off guard by bringing up his response in the toy shop just now. Fine, then I will make normal conversation. Who is Viorica to you? Has she done something to hurt your family too? Oh, then why were you acting so cold to her? You obviously did not want to be inside the shop. Rod looks away from me and absently kicks a pebble on the ground. I think it's all my business, sir. I sigh, disappointed with Rod's reaction. Rod turns away from me as Amela exits the shop. Amela nods with a small smile. The two of us begin to make our way to the palace again. By the time we return to the palace, evening has fallen. The minute the carriage doors open, we are greeted by two familiar faces. Sir Alcaster and Sir Mithros stand before us. He glares at the knight escort and the knight shrinks back. Sir Alcaster turns sharply to me afterwards, his eyes narrowed. Why is he looking at me like that? Sir Mithros gestures for them to follow him. I'm about to follow after them when Sir Alcaster suddenly moves to block my path. His eyes are cold. He opens his mouth to say something, but then closes it and shakes his head. But his gaze is piercing. Even when I was the princess, I was not able to stand up to that gaze. Yes, sir. After dinner, I make my way back to the room assigned to me. As I walk down the hall, I notice Rod heading in my direction. Rod. He suddenly grabs my arm and pulls me away down the hall. Where are you taking me? Rod does not answer and just continues moving until we reach an unfamiliar door. What is going on? Rod cuts me off by placing a finger on my lips. He looks around warily before finally pulling me in the door with him. This place. I have heard of this place before, but have never seen it. Is this the secret passage that leads into town? Rod does not answer me. He simply keeps walking, and I see no other option but to trail after him. How is it that you know this place? He still refuses to answer. Are you deaf? That's crazy to say. Rod suddenly stops and I bump into his back. I stumble back with a scowl. Because he refused to answer any of them. I glare back at him until Rod makes an exasperated sound. Parfait? Then why do you have a key? Don't tell me you stole it from the king. What? How does Parfait have a key to this place? Once we step into town, I realize where it is that we are headed. We are going back to the Marchen. Delora is the first person we see as soon as we enter the Marchen. Delora, you... Rod's glare silences me. He steps forward and points back at me, gaze icy. What? Delora raises an eyebrow. The room's temperature drops several degrees. Delora stares at Rod, her expression suddenly lacking any emotion. Rod raises an eyebrow. Delora curtsies as she sweeps out of the room. Oh no, I just realized I probably did not update like my stream information. That's fine. That's fine. It's fine. What do I want to do? Yeah, I'll do it like this. But, I think that's fine though. Rod sighs. He clearly looks irritated, but he doesn't put a voice to his agitation. Now that we're alone in the empty room, the silence is deafening. And so, I ask him the question that has bothered me since we came here. Yeah, you know what? I don't remember which one is the right one, but... Hey, we live and we learn. Do you even know how to break your curse? So why are you not doing anything? I do not realize the anger inside of me at first, and then I notice that my hands are fists and that I'm shaking. You're angry at me for treating your family with unkindness, yet you do not treat me with any respect or kindness either. Oh no, 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 go off on him, girl, go off! I realize that this is the angriest I have felt in a long time, and it makes words fall out of my mouth. You're guilty of the same disrespect you hold me accountable for. We are both being cruel to family, aren't we? Rod's eyes are ablaze as he stalks toward me. He stops right in front of me, his mouth pressed into a firm line. I was gonna say something like, you know what? Maybe now's not the time. I mean, good. Good that you'll never see me as a sister because I'm trying to romance you. Rod storms out of the reception area just as Delora enters. She pauses, then gives me a wry smile. I throw my hands up in anger. He is infuriating. All I have been doing today is following around Demella, and he still finds a reason to snap at me. In his eyes, I can do nothing right, even though I am making an honest effort to break my curse. Delora eyes me as she slides down into a chair. Only that he knows how to break it. Delora sighs. Then why hasn't he broken it? Terms and conditions, like we're signing up for him, like, yes, you consent to all this, like when you're stalling an app or something. Parfait. Another way. I doubt that very much. It seems that all I am doing is convincing Rod that I do not deserve to break my own curse. Delora looks at me curiously for a few moments, then she grins. If it is another terrible idea, Oh god, what is she gonna do? What? Delora, watch out for me. I'm surprised when Delora suddenly stands before me in her doll form. She's so right though. It'll just end up like a screaming match. You're horrible! No, you're horrible! I feel like she'll only make things worse. Delora somehow manages to jump into the front pocket of my apron, which is thankfully large enough to fit her doll body. Nice, we're on chapter 4. Actually, wait, chapter 3 was that short? It has been more than a week since Rod and I returned to the margin. He has been avoiding me ever since that day. Not that we have much cause to be around each other nowadays. I am constantly on my feet preparing for Amela's ball. This is ridiculous. I mean, she's right though. Better busy than bored. I stopped for a moment to better balance the pile of fabrics that I am carrying. One of the maids has ordered me to bring this to a designated room so that it can be sorted out. I'm being reduced to fetching and carrying, and I have made no progress on accomplishing my first good deed. I doubt that simply following orders from the other maids will help me get my first good deed. I feel a shuffling in my pocket, then notice Delora peeking her porcelain face out. Delora has been no help at all. I stop in front of the door to my old bedroom. Ever since I came here, I have been ignoring this room, not wanting to see what the king did to it during my absence. Why should I? It is not as if it's my room anymore. I would be lying if I said that I wasn't. I guess a little peek would not hurt. I step into the room and close the door behind me. It is like stepping into the past. The room is exactly as I left it. It seems completely untouched. Moments later, Delora is standing before me in her human form. True. I glance around, eyes wide. Everything looks the same. I put the fabrics that I am carrying down on my bed and make my way to the shelf where my dolls are displayed. My eyes pause on a specific doll. This one was not here before. Delora raises an eyebrow. No, I know each one of my dolls. I know each of my dolls by name. This one is definitely new. She looks so Jesus, English hard. She looks very similar to the dolls I saw at Victoria's shop. Victoria. Viorica. Viorica, that's her name. I quickly turn at the sound of the doorknob. My eyes move to Delora, but she has already turned into a doll and tucked herself into a corner of the shelf with the rest of my dolls. Oh yeah. Amela stands in the doorway, eyeing me curiously. I made a mistake and thought I was supposed to bring these fabrics here. I hope she does not see through my lie. Amela shakes her head, smiling. Why would he say that? Cherished? What a joke. Still, I cannot help but feel hope at her suggestion. One of the dolls? She walks past me to pick up the doll I did not recognize. I know Amela always visited Viorica, but I did not think she liked dolls. She always preferred receiving and buying books, so why does she have this doll? Do you like dolls? So why did you buy this one? Amela looks at the doll with a sad smile and shakes her head. Amela is silent for a moment before she turns to me with a bright smile. I resist the urge to glare at her. She better not be dragging me around to do yet more errands. I thought so. Think damn. Figured. I have no choice but to nod. Of course. I begrudgingly follow Amela toward the entrance, and there I see a delivery carriage. A familiar person stands beside it. Amela pulls Viorica into a tight hug. I turn my attention away to glare at the number of boxes at the back of the carriage. I will no doubt have to help carry them inside. Amela's smile seems forced at first, but then eases into something softer. These two always talk so much when they get together. I ignore their chatter as I walk up to the carriage to observe the boxes piled inside. What is in the boxes? Viorica reaches out to grab one. She hands it to me. Part of it? I take the box from her hands and nearly stumble. This is heavy. Amela should have the male servants do this. I grip my teeth as I shift the box in my arms and attempt to make it easier to hold. I thought you worked at a toy shop. What kind of toy shop is that? I feel annoyance simmer within me. I'm obviously not alright. Amela reaches out to help me with the box, but she is too late. I have only taken one step forward when the box slides and I stumble. I manage to cradle it in my arms, but its weight is too much for me. Before I hit the ground, I feel strong arms around my waist, pulling me back upright. The box is taken from me. My heart and mind are racing for a moment. I cannot comprehend what has just happened. Rod? I glance to the side and am shocked to see Rod standing there. The expression on his face gives nothing away, but with our close distance, I could see some flicker of emotion in his bright eyes. Concern? I am... Rod pushes me and I stumble forward, almost tripping on the ground. He raises an eyebrow at me. excuse me. She's the one who asked me to help. I didn't know it was gonna be heavy. I want to snap at him, I really do. I glare at him as anger begins to bubble up in my chest. I want to snap at him, I really do. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. I clench my fists and take a deep breath to try and calm myself. I will not stoop to his level. He is the one being cruel here, not me. Rod's voice is still cold. Viorica looks startled by his tone. At least she admits her mistakes. I never thought Rod would be so stubborn. Amel's expression softens as she looks at her brother. She looks sad. Rod ignores her and picks up the box that I had been carrying. He begins to walk away before he suddenly stops and glances back at me. He turns around and begins to walk away. I'm Amela's personal maid, not his. I glance at Amela, who nods her head. I curtsy ever so slightly before running after Rod. Rod, wait. He picks up his pace as if trying to lose me, as they usually do. Because God forbid you face your emotions. I turn the corner and barely stop myself before running right into Rod's back. Why are you so angry at me today? I have barely even spoken to you. Sir. I glare at him and cross my arms. Honey, you call me cruel, but right now you are worse than I ever was. I have to try very hard to resist the urge to slap him. Honestly, I'd say you're within your right to do so. You were supposed to help me get a good deed. Rod starts walking again and I hurry after him. I cannot help but recall how cold he was with Viorica earlier. I thought they were friends, but he treated her like this at the toy shop too. Why were you so angry with Viorica earlier? Come on, give us the deets. I raise an eyebrow when Rod quickly answers the question. Then you were cold to her for no reason. You have such a princely disposition. Rod frowns, but has no rebuttal for my words. You must be generally cold and unfriendly. You heard me. That would explain why you treated Viorica as you did. I had thought that you two were childhood friends. Distant? I pause as we pass by my door, remembering that I left both the fabrics and Delora inside. I make my way toward the door and open it. None of your business. I frown when I see her sitting on my bed in human form. Who would you have done if it wasn't me? Rod slowly enters the room. Oh, Seppi! Seppi's so cute. Delora shrugs as she inspects her nails. Rod furrows his eyebrows at her. Delora looks at Rod pointedly. Rod looks away, expression conflicted. Consequences? What are you talking about? Consequences for not helping me with my curse? Rod sighs heavily before turning back to Delora. He does not pay attention to me. She said, what you think actually doesn't really matter. Just suck it up, bro. No, that's so mean. Your thoughts and feelings don't matter. Rod is silent for a few moments before he finally faces me, looking resigned. I shrug at him. It's not like I was expecting you to in the first place. Delora grins with clear triumph. Rod sighs. I feel I already know what he is going to say. Show her kindness, huh? We got our first good deed. Well, at least path, I guess, to our first good deed. Delora decides to stay in my room for the time being, saying that she believes Rod will be able to help me for now. Later, I make my way to the dining room with the fabrics and see Emella and Ophelia inside. Ophelia takes the topmost sample of fabric and begins to inspect it as Emella walks up to me. He returned to his studies. As Emella muses aloud, I ponder what Rod told me earlier. I must become Emella's friend, but is that really a good deed? Dance lesson. That is a surprise. I did not know Rod could dance. Ophelia trails off. I know that she is talking about the fairy tale curse, but I do not expect her to divulge such information to a maid like myself. Ophelia glances down at the fabrics, then looks up and smiles at me. I obediently walk over to the fabrics Ophelia wants me to look through. They are apparently samples for the tablecloth that will be used during the ball. This is going to be a long day. And long day it was. Rod comes immediately to the throne room after his history lessons to start on his dance lessons with Emella. I am only standing here because it is my responsibility as her personal maid to watch over her as she practices. I watch as she steps out of rhythm and Rod sighs at her. I start from the beginning, and I am unable to stifle my own sigh when Amela messes up the same step again. This would make the 11th time. Ooh, my neck. Prince Rod cooks? She said, I love bragging about my little brother. I see a tinge of pink in Rod's cheeks as he turns away. Is he embarrassed? Amela looks down at the floor, her smile smaller. I had always thought Amela was overly optimistic. She always seemed to bounce back with a smile, no matter how many times I pushed her away. Now I cannot help but reconsider that thought. Still, seeing her like this only irritates me. Pitying yourself will get you nowhere. Not everyone can be perfect at everything when they first start out. I mean, she didn't say anything wrong though. Like, look at all well, okay, I won't say everybody, but I would say like only like a small handful of people were born talented at something. Everybody else, they had to work their way up to where they are now. Star athletes, musicians, actors, you know, but like everybody started out bad at something, but they worked hard to get good at it, and good enough to be where they are now. I remember when Mother gave me similar lessons. She was always such a harsh teacher, and she hated when I showed weakness in front of her. She made me keep practicing until I had perfected whatever it was she wanted me to do. Failure was never an option. I never had time for self-pity. Instead of feeling sorry for yourself, just try harder. Let failure inspire you to do better. Exactly. She's right. Like, sure, she may have said it harshly, but she's right. I let out an exasperated sigh and crossed my arms. You always look at your feet whenever you reach the underarm turn. Instead, focus on counting your steps and let Prince Rod lead you. Worrying too much on your next step is what puts you off rhythm. Amela stares at me. I can. Why? Yeah, I can. Why? Why does it matter? There's nothing amazing about my being able to dance. Her praise makes me embarrassed regardless. She turns to me suddenly, eyes bright. Is that an order? I'm meant to assist Amela in any way that I can, but dancing with her brother? Surely a lowly maid should not be doing this, but, you know, she asked, so we got to. Well, if I do accept, at least I can prove that I am the better dancer than Rod. That's so petty. Oh wait, that's her name! Oh man. Besides, I'm supposed to be listening to Amela, no matter how absurd her requests are. If that is what you want. Amela rushes up to me and takes my hand in hers. Listen, I wouldn't be agreeing under normal circumstances. I turned to look at Rod, who was glowering at me. Excuse me? You haven't even seen me dance before. Amela gives him a disapproving look. Rod eyes me warily. I step toward him and offer my hand. Shall we? Shall we dance? Rod scowls at me for a few moments before finally taking my hand. I put my hand on his shoulder, and he places his hand on the small of my back. Rod looks at me but quickly averts his gaze. Is something wrong? Neither did I, but here we are. Rod looks at me again. This time he has an uncomfortable scowl on his face. He is not the only uncomfortable one here. Both start dancing and I mentally start counting the steps. It has been a long time since I last danced with anyone, but the steps come to me naturally. The dance is rather simple. While Rod and I move stiffly, I cannot help but notice his careful footwork. I realize that Rod really is a pretty decent dancer. Of course, I would never openly admit that, because God forbid. God forbid I praise somebody. When we stop, I hear Amela clapping her hands as she looks at the both of us in awe. I just shrug at her before stepping back into the corner. Amela takes her position in front of Rod once more. This time she has a bright smile on her face. I cannot believe something as simple as that has made her so happy. At the end of the day, Amela has managed to do the steps correctly. She tells me many times how grateful she is for the help. After practice, I return to my room and retire to bed. I think about how happy Amela was. Can such small things make a person so happy? Mother, this is really hard. But damn, moms. I know, it's like literally depending on the game. Sometimes it's moms, sometimes it's dads. The following days were uneventful. Amela continues her dance lessons with Rod. Her steps are still far from perfect, but I can tell that she has improved since my demonstration with Rod. Meanwhile, Rod still chooses to ignore me most of the time, though I have noticed that he's less cold than usual. At least he does not snap at me for no good reason anymore. That's what you're happy about? Should be wanting more. Though Delora is no longer assisting me, she insists on staying in my room more often. She says that there is something important she wants to investigate, and I cannot even guess what it might be. I prefer not having her around anyway. Her constant chattering makes it difficult to focus on anything. Right now, I am still trying to figure out how I can achieve my first good deed. Almost 3 months have passed since I was first cursed, but I have yet to complete my first good deed. These are my thoughts as I head back to my sleeping quarters after dinner that night. Amela excused me long ago, insisting that I go to my own room before she went to hers. I'm walking down the hallway when I notice Rod heading down a familiar path. I follow after him. Are you going to the marching? Got his ass. Rod jumps and turns around. The surprise in his face quickly fades into annoyance. I most certainly will do it again, just to annoy you. Since I came here, I found out that Rod occasionally sneaks out of the palace at night through the secret passageway to go to the march-in. Even now, I am still confused as to why he goes there. He said before that he had given up on breaking his curse, which makes me wonder why he still visits. It also makes me wonder why he would refuse to break his curse in the first place. Is he okay being the way that he is, or is his curse just really difficult to break? Why were you cursed, Rod? Why? I cannot help you break your curse if you refuse to tell me anything. But I chose you as my partner. You help me and I help you. Whew. It is highly likely that breaking Rod's curse will also count for a good deed. Rod scowls at me and crosses his arms. The sound of footsteps keeps me from coming back with a retort. We both turn to see Sir Alcaster approaching us. I mean Alcaster. Alcaster. Sir Alcaster turns to me and raises an eyebrow. Aye. Rod silences me with a look. He moves to stand in front of me, shielding me from Sir Alcaster's gaze. Rod strides... Rod? What did I say? Rod strides away, and I quickly curtsy to Sir Alcaster before following after Rod. I can still feel Sir Alcaster's eyes on my back as I walk away. I try my best to suppress a shudder. Rod and I walk through the hallway in silence. We both stop in our tracks when we hear the clattering of silverware. I look around and realize that the sound has come from behind a set of doors that is slightly open. The dining hall. That is Amella's voice. We do not see Amella when we enter the room, but there is a dizzying array of cutlery set out on the table. Amella surprises us both by crawling out from beneath the table. She flashes us an embarrassed smile as she gets to her feet, holding several forks and knives in her hands. I eye the silverware on the table. It has already been an incredibly long day for her, and she is still doing this? I watch as Amella puts the cutlery back onto the table in the wrong places. She smiles at him before returning to the table. I'm trying to think, like, because I know we're, like, it's better to, like, help somebody through it rather than just give them the answers, but so I feel like with, like, pointing out her mistake, it's gonna be like, you did that wrong, and that wrong, you're all wrong, I guess I'll just give her the answer. That flute is for champagne, the other is for sherry. The other is for juice, and the other glass is for dessert wine. The dessert wine glass will only be used during the dessert course, and the juice glass is only used when juice is being served as a course. Otherwise, it is placed next to the water goblet. I see Rod staring at me out of the corner of his eyes. His lips twitch before he turns back to his sister. It looked like he was about to smile. Amella points out the group of forks in front of her. You use those every day, Your Highness. You should know the answer. Amella points at them as she rattles off names. Correct. Oh, the irony, huh? Even if I told her I was a noble, it's not as if she would believe me. I just read a lot about all of these things. Rod shrugs. He does not, much to my surprise, disagree. Amela quickly straightens out the cutlery. Now that I think about it, I have come to realize that Amela is much more than she appeared to be. It is probably because I am forced to spend so much time with her as her maid. She is different, she is flawed, and not as conceited and more humble than I had originally thought. Maybe I should try lending her a hand. I may not be one of your tutors, but if you need help with your lessons, just ask me and I will do what I can for you. I glance at Rod, who was once again wearing that expression of surprise. I shift my attention to Amela once again. You only have 1 month left to prepare, and as your personal maid, I feel it my responsibility to help you in whatever ways I can. Amela wipes her eyes with the back of her hand, and that's when I notice something glistening on her cheeks. Is she crying? I'm still looking at Amela when I catch a faint glow coming from the pendant on my chest. Just happened? Thank you. After escorting Amela back to her room, I walk out into the hallway in a daze. What was that light? See? I told you I'm just here to do good deeds. Fuck you. Accusing me of trying to hurt your damn family. If anything, I should strangle you. That'd be a good deed. I did not know he was still here. I look down at my pendant, astonished at what I see. I got the heel! A piece of the glass slipper. I gingerly touch the new piece that is hanging next to my existing glass slipper pendant. It is real. Did he just compliment me? Oh? 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 What? Rod turns away. Excuse me. He walks away, leaving me alone with my thoughts. Oh, okay, we're up to chapter 5, hell yeah. You want to play with me? Well, maybe I can. Mother. But Mother, I do. But... Yes, Mother. It is still dawn when I wake up. As much as I want to continue sleeping, I have no choice but to get up and prepare for the day. The last thing I need is an annoying lecture from the head maid. I have almost become accustomed to waking up this early, even if I do not enjoy it. As soon as my preparations are made, I begin to make my way toward Amela's room, should she wake early. I am about halfway there when I hear familiar voices. Standing far ahead of me are Sir Alcaster and Sir Mithros. Oh god, what is going on? Sir Alcaster narrows his eyes, then turns abruptly to look at me. Yes? Sir Mithros, Sir Alcaster? No. He has no reason to be angry at me. If they were talking about something confidential, they should not have been openly talking in the hallway. Exactly. Like, why do they always do that? Why do they always talk so openly in public? And they get mad when people, like, overhear their conversation. It's like, stupid? Are you stupid? I'm on my way to Princess Mella's room, sir. And that is why I'm here. I coolly look at Sir Alcaster. Looks like he is about to pop a vein. Cannot help but feel satisfied at his reaction. In just a few steps, he is suddenly looming over me. I have never seen Sir Alcaster look so angry before. Rod is now walking toward us with a scowl on his face. Sir Alcaster notices this and quickly steps back. Rod glances at me, his eyes narrowing. Great, I'm sure he's going to blame me for this too, even though I did nothing. Much to my surprise, Rod puts himself between me and Sir Alcaster. He is worried about me? I slowly nod. Rod turns back to Sir Alcaster and Sir Mithros. Throws. Sir Alcaster stares at me for a few moments before bowing down to Rod. Rod turns to me again, his expression solemn. He walks off before waiting for my reply. I look back at Sir Alcaster and Sir Mithros one last time before chasing after him. The both of us spend the next few minutes walking in silence. Rod has not said a thing since my encounter with Sir Mithros and Sir Alcaster. What? I mean, I guess we could be a little honest. It wouldn't really kill us, would it? Ah! No! Why does life hate me? It's always like a painful feeling when you're eating something really good and a part of it falls on the floor. I have never been treated with such disrespect by Sir Alcaster. He is needlessly hostile towards me. Rod scoffs. Thank you for the hydrate prism, thank you. That does not excuse his rude behavior. Rod shrugs. He gives me a pointed look. He always finds a way to scold me somehow. I scowl at him before turning away. You said that Amela was waiting for me. I did not expect her to be up so early. Where is she? What? You lied to help me out of that situation? Why are you helping me? Help someone in need. I remember Parfait and Delora telling me before that being good often involves helping others who are in need. Rod starts to walk off, then stops and turns back to me. I glare at him and cross my arms. I'm not some damsel in distress, your highness. I do not need your help. Spot snorts before turning away from me and walking away. Later that day, I watched Amela finish her etiquette lessons. I can tell that the teacher is impressed with her progress. Amela is able to correctly name all the glasses and cutlery. She is not so slow a learner. I had come here earlier in the day to better teach Amela about proper dining etiquette. It turns out that my lesson was valuable. Amela smiles, her cheeks turning pink. Amela glances at me briefly and smiles gently. Friend? Is that really what I am to her? But princesses do not have maids as friends. A royal does not mingle with commoners, especially not with servants. Mother told me that before. Amela does not treat me as a maid, but she cannot possibly think of me as a friend. After the teacher gives Amela several books to study for their next lesson, she ends the lesson and excuses herself. Amela approaches me and grasps my hands. All I did was repeat the things your teacher taught you. I raise an eyebrow at her. Different. She looks down at the ground shyly. I furrow my eyebrows at her. Why would you even want to be friends with a maid? You're supposed to be making friends with the nobles, not the servants. Amela frowns, and I can feel her deflate. She walks toward the window and sighs. Well, Amela definitely does not act like a noble. I cannot say I blame the nobles for being skeptical of her. I look at her, thoughtful. I think I can understand what Amela is feeling. Just like me, she was thrown into a world she was not ready to be a part of. Right now, we have no choice but to fit in. She never wanted my title in the first place, and yet I accused her of stealing it. Have you told your mother how you feel? Amela shakes her head. Cross my arms. But you are not happy. And then stop smiling so much, girl. Oops. That was not supposed to happen. Oh god. She barely opens up to anyone, yet she opened up to me. Had I been given the choice before I was cursed, I would never have listened to her. You should tell them how you feel rather than just keeping it to yourself. Otherwise, the stress will continue to accumulate on your shoulders. She envies me. Amela takes a deep breath and sighs. The frown fades with a sigh, and is quickly replaced by a fragile smile. I used to get so annoyed with her, but now that I have seen this side of her, I suppose she is not as terrible as I had first thought. Allow me to escort you to the Queen, then. Days pass without any real conflict. I run into Sir Alcaster again in the hallways, but his eyes pass over me as if I am something to be ignored. Delora, who had been ignoring me as she had been busy with other priorities, returned to the margin yesterday to discuss something important with Parfait. It is not as if she has been any help since she came here. She mostly stays in my room while I run around doing errands for Amela and taking on other chores as they are handed to me. Oh jeez. Right now I'm headed to the palace gates as I hurry to meet Amela. She is going out to town to meet Viorica again, and I was told to meet her here. I turn around to see Fritz walking in my direction. Ever since I told him to refer to me by name, he has been stumbling over not using my title. I rarely see him, but when I do, we do not have much time to discuss anything. Can I help you with anything, Fritz? Days after I had originally run into Fritz, I managed to have a quick conversation with him regarding my curse. It has been a long time since that conversation happened. Recently, I have barely seen Fritz. I hear rumors that he has been reassigned somewhere outside the palace. I show him my pendant and point at the piece of the second glass slipper. I managed to get one several days ago. Only 2 more and then I can break this curse. They both turn their heads at the same time when Mithros suddenly appears from around the corner, the usual smile on his lips. Of course. Fritz bows to Sir Mithros before walking off, leaving me alone with Sir Mithros. Mithros does not say anything, but continues to smile at me. His staring makes me feel incredibly uncomfortable. Is there something on my face? Excuse me. I curtsy and start to walk off when Sir Mithros calls my name. Yes? I look at him, puzzled by his sudden gratitude. Excuse me? He completely ignores my question. He dips his head slightly before turning and walking away, the smile still on his face. What was that all about? Rod and Amela are already waiting for me outside the carriage by the time I arrive at the palace gates. Rod has had One of these days, I'll be able to read perfectly. Rod has his arms crossed and looks at me, irritable. His face is perpetually stuck in that scowl, it seems. My apologies. Rod just shrugs his shoulders as he turns and heads into the carriage. Amela sighs before looking at me. Of course. 3 of us sit in silence as the carriage rolls toward the town. The knight assigned to guard duty is sitting out front with the driver, watching for any disturbances. Amela glances forlornly out one window, while Rod silently looks out the other as he rests his chin on the palm of his hand. I noticed Amela pausing to glance at Rod every now and then, looking restless. Finally, she breaks the silence. Rod notices me looking at him and scowls. He returns his moody gaze to the window. Amela stops herself, but I know that she is referring to his curse. There is a hint of warning in his tone. Is it possible that Viorica is related to Rod's curse, considering the timing? Amela opens her mouth again to say something, but then suddenly stops and returns to the window, her expression mirroring Rod's own gloom. We are all silent until we arrive at the toy shop. I nod in acknowledgement. Viorica nods politely at the knight, who stands guard at the shop door. Amela and I both turn around, only to see that Rod has indeed vanished. Amela frowns, looking both bewildered and disappointed. I will go look for him. Just as I expected, Rod is leaning against the wall of an alley just outside the toy shop. Why not? Why not? I can tell by Rod's stiff posture that anything I say to him will fall on deaf ears, so I move to stand next to him instead. I lean against the wall with him. Keeping you company? Rod raises an eyebrow at me. Well, I'd rather be here than stay inside the toy shop and listen to Amela and Viorica talk. Well, it's not as if you would answer any of my questions. I've tried forcing you to talk, and you know how ineffective it is. And know how ineffective it is. But I will be here if you do want to talk. Rod eyes me suspiciously. When you are the personal maid of someone who enjoys talking, you learn to listen. Are you actually praising me? Rod looks away, his cheeks tinted pink. I do not know why, but for some reason I am happy that Rod gave me a compliment. Rod and I turn at the sound of the familiar voice. Waltz pauses in front of us with a bright smile. Waltz, what are you doing here? Ooh, what's going on? Me? It has been a while since I was last at the Marchen. Tonight, but we're already here, so why not now? Waltz's eyes shift to our carriage. The toy shop door opens and Amela stands in the doorway as she says her goodbyes to Viorica. Yes, sir. These are Waltz's last words before he slips back into the crowd. Amela's visit with Viorica was briefer than I thought it would be. Now, all of us are headed back to the palace. Rod has not uttered a word on our way back. I can tell that this is making Amela agitated, as she continues to keep glancing at Rod expectantly. If you have something to say it, bitch. Because I'm tired of you glancing at him like some kind of creeper. Amela stares at me. You obviously want to say something to Prince Rod. The only way to get your answers is to ask him directly. Rod does not turn around. It is as if he does not hear me. Amela clasps her hands and sighs. Well, I glance at Rod, who still persistently stares out the window, his eyes focused on nothing. He's pretending not to hear us. How immature. Amela grips the edges of her dress, her expression becoming more rigid. Wait, the rest of the family doesn't know anything about the circumstances of Rod's curse? I had thought that he told them everything, but all they know is that he is cursed. Amela's hands are shaking as she gazes at her brother. The carriage stops, and as soon as the servant opens the door, Amela quickly steps out and rushes back toward the palace. Rod watches her go quietly, though his eyebrows are furrowed and he looks guilty. I silently shake my head at him before running after Amela. Amela stands in the hallway with her hands to her chest. She breathes slowly in and out, as if she is on the verge of tears. When she notices me behind her, she turns away and wipes her eyes with the back of her hand. No, you said something you should have. They won't. Your secret is safe with me. Amela flashes me a grateful smile before looking at the sky. One moment Rod is running down the hallway, the next he has stopped in front of us and is trying to catch his breath. He does not even wait for my answer before walking away, leaving me alone with Rod. You made her cry, Rod. Feel like a good brother now, don't you? Keeping secrets from your sister, who cherishes family more than anything. Do you feel good about yourself? Why are you hiding your curse from your family? Of course I wouldn't understand because you haven't told me anything. I hate it when people say that. It's like, you wouldn't understand. Well, of course not, because you're not telling me anything about it. Like, how do you expect me to understand if you don't tell me what the issue is? Like, sure, maybe even if you do tell me, I wouldn't understand everything, but I can still understand something. Like, damn. Protect them? Rod silently shakes his head. But how do you know they wouldn't understand unless you tell them? Look at you, assuming other people's comprehension. That's so rude. Those are the last ominous words Rod speaks before rushing off, leaving me alone in the hall. What happened to him? The hallways are silent at this time of night, as most everyone in the palace prepares for bed. I am now on my way to our meeting place. Rod told me earlier to wait for him here. I had thought that he would make me go to the margin by myself after what transpired with Amela, but I was wrong. Amela was so upset today. I have never seen her like this before. I turned my thoughts back to the margin and to what Walt said earlier. I wonder what Parfait wants to talk about with us. I feel my heart beating erratically against my chest. When I feel like something bad is going to happen, because that's your gut feeling saying that yes, something is going to happen and you're not going to like it. I realized that I've been standing in the open for a while. Perhaps I should move. People might find my standing here suspicious. I start walking again, and am surprised when I feel a hand close around my wrist and pull me into the darkness. I open my mouth, but a hand muffles my scream. Rod! Rod's gaze is icy. He speaks quietly, but I can feel the anger simmering underneath his words. His tone is so accusatory that for a moment I cannot find my voice. But then, he is right. I should have been more careful. Sorry. Rod stares at me, surprised. What? I mean, you didn't say anything wrong. So why wouldn't I apologize? Right, oh? Well, at least I know how to apologize, unlike you. And that's saying something, because I'm known as the Ice Princess. Got him. Because you've done nothing but treat me coldly, even when I have done nothing to personally attack you. Rod scowls at me but does not say anything. Instead, he sighs and takes my hand, pulling me after him. What? I have no energy to argue with Rod, so I allow him to pull me along. What? He apologized to me? What is this? Is it gonna snow? I would very much like it if you did repeat yourself. Just to be an ass. I did not hear you clearly. Of course I'm not. I glare at Rod, but he does not respond. Princess, your hand is really warm. Rod freezes in place and glares at Seppi, who seems to be shrugging. Your thoughts are too loud, Rod. The dim lights, I can actually see a faint blush on Rod's cheeks. You are blushing. He lets go of my hand and starts to walk toward the secret passage with me trailing behind him. We look around to make sure no one is in sight before we slip inside. I follow closely behind Rod in silence. My eyes move upward to the little bunny plush hanging on his shoulder. Seppi, I've been wondering, have you ever talked with Rod's family as yourself? Rod suddenly stops and scowls over his shoulder at me. What? I'm asking Seppi, not you. No, I don't, Princess. Rod doesn't want me to talk with others since he thinks that I might say something unnecessary. In the dim lighting of the tunnel, I think I can see a faint pink in Rod's cheeks, but it's probably a trick of the strange lighting. Rod is right. Seppi has blurted out his thoughts more than a number of times. Really? Shit, I can't remember which one it was. Yeah, just in case. Okay, what do you mean by that? Well, there are thoughts that he prefers to keep to himself, like his thoughts on karma and his feminine voice or his... Rod suddenly clams up Sebi's face, and I can actually see the poor plush struggling to get away from his hold. You are crushing the poor toy. Rod glares at me before finally releasing Sebi. Rod can be so brutal at times. I remember the time he almost threw me out the window for saying that one lady had a hideous dress. Oh, God. Yep, this is why I love Sebi so much. This is why I love Sebi so much. Like, just to imagine Sebi saying all of his fucking intrusive thoughts. Like, bro could just literally be like eating breakfast, and like one of his intrusive thoughts comes out, and Sebi's like, "Man, I wonder what it was like to kill this chicken." Like, just imagine, and everybody's looking at him like, "Oh my god." Rod glares at Sebi once again. He readies his fingers to pinch him again, but Sebi hurriedly apologizes before Rod can touch him. Okay, I'll stop talking now. Rod sighs and continues walking. Rod, have you spoken with the Mela since that earlier incident? As much as I want to ask him again about his curse, I doubt he will divulge anything right now. I decide to keep my thoughts to myself as we head for the margin. When we arrive at the margin, Parfait and Delore are there to welcome us. The others, however, are nowhere in sight. Where is everyone? Rod is about to head for the tavern when Delora stops him. Rod looks at her curiously, but asks no questions. Parfait and Delora just word hard and gesture us over to the settee where we all take our seats. Is this something Rod and I must know because we're in the palace? I have a bad feeling about this. Parfait smiles at me, her eyes filled with pride. Her faith in me rekindles the dwindling confidence I had. She smiles at Delora teasingly before turning back to me. Something important? A witch in the palace. That's no good. But what would a witch be doing in the palace in the first place? But what? Parfait and Delora glance at each other, looking conflicted. It is Parfait who faces me first, her expression grave. the truth, my only answer is silence. I shift my gaze to Rod, but he avoids my eyes. What is going on? What? I close my eyes and massage the temples of my head as I feel a headache coming on. Wait, you said before that the witches want to see their curses unbroken. But this sounds as if they have another motive altogether. What reasons could they have for trailing me? Oh no. My phone is dying. Hold on, y'all. Alright, there we go. All good now. Some of the witches... Oh wait, no, that's not it. Nope. Okay, but what does that have to do with me? Laura crosses her arms, her expression grim. I feel my blood go cold. What? Mother? A witch? Impossible. Why would you spout such lies? I narrow my eyes at them, searching for some hint that they are lying to me. Delore and Parfait never turn their sad eyes away from me. Rod glances at me briefly before turning away, looking uncomfortable. But she never used any magic. I would have known if she was a witch. Thoughts feel as if they're spinning endlessly on axis. So then you cursed me because you were terrified of what I would do if I became the bearer as I was. My only answer is silence. Now I understand why the people hated me. It was because I am my mother's daughter. I cannot help but reach out to touch the pendants on my necklace, as a feeling of dread washes over me. Her face sighs, looking guilty. They believed that I would have plunged the world into war? I turn to Rod, who has yet to speak since the conversation started. You know about all this? Everyone except for me. I glance down at my hands, suddenly feeling numb. I am a witch, and I will become the Tenebrarum's next bearer. Just the thought of it makes me sick. I think back to my childhood. I can still recall the glares that everyone gave me when I was a child. They were scared of me because I was my mother's daughter. And what about the king? Did he never love me because I was the daughter of a witch? But if that's the case... If my mother was so wicked, then why did the king marry her in the first place? Ophelia? So the king has loved Ophelia from the very beginning. I clenched my hands into tight fists. After Mother died, he was able to reunite with his true love, and since then he has treated Amela and Rod better than he ever treated me, even though I am his daughter by blood. I want to feel angry about this revelation, but instead I feel a dreary emptiness inside of me. A heavy feeling begins to settle in my chest, suffocating my heart. He never really loved me. Rod's voice snaps me out of my thoughts, and that is when I realize that a stray tear has made it down my cheek. I quickly wipe it away with the back of my hand, angry at myself for showing weakness in front of them. You must be happy to see me like this. Your mother was made queen, and you and your sister became royals overnight. It's like something out of a fairy tale, isn't it? You thought you had the perfect life until I came back into it. Rod suddenly moves his hand to Seppi's mouth, muffling whatever other words the plush was going to say for him. What is it you want to say, Rod? I'm about to angrily retort when I suddenly stop, my heart sinking. I have already recognized that Amela is more complex than I thought she was, and she has also told me that she never wanted to be a princess. Delora looks between the two of us and sighs. I cross my arms and turn away, annoyed. Do you have anything else to add, Parfait? If not, I would like to return to the palace. Trust? How do you know whom I trust? What makes you think I even trust you? Oh, jeez. The anger that I was expecting earlier suddenly rises to the surface. For all I know, Parfait and Delora could be feeding me lies, playing with me the way Delora did when she first cursed me. I'm sorry if you guys heard that. I had too much air in my finger, if that makes sense. I stand up and look at them, my arms now hanging limply at my sides. How am I meant to trust anyone when all of you have been lying to me this entire time? I mean, yeah, you could do that. I never even thought about asking the king about Mother. She looks at me, then at Rod, her expression somber. Rod and I leave the Marachin in silence. Here in the secret tunnels we are suffocated under even more silence, but still neither of us makes an effort to speak. I'm still stuck inside my own mind, sifting through my troubled thoughts. cannot reconcile the fact that the wicked witch who led the witches during the war was my mother. I did not even realize how many people hated my mother until after she had passed, and they spoke about how cruel a queen she was. I never understood why, since she has always been the perfect person in my eyes. I never connected my mother with the Tenebrarum bearer, but what Parfait and Delore just told me makes sense. Was I living a lie all those years? A lie that my mother crafted so that I remained cold and bitter, even after she passed away. And Delore and Parfait say I am meant to inherit the power of the Tenebrarum from my mother. I do not want that burden. I almost bump into Rod's back when he suddenly stops walking. He turns around and looks at me with a serious expression. I cannot help but feel judged beneath the weight of that gaze. If you're going to tell me that you never wanted me as your partner because my mother was a witch, then... What? Rod's expression softens. I stare at Rod in shock. This is the first time he has ever been so nice to me. Rod turns away, his face beet red. Liar. Rod reaches up to pinch Sebi's face. No! You know what? You know what? Let's compliment him. Who would have thought that you were actually capable of being nice? Yes, you're always so grumpy. I don't even think I have seen a genuine smile on your face before. Birds of a feather flock together then. Rod stares at me dumbfounded. I cannot help but smile a little at his expression. Do you really dislike the fact that we are so similar? Rod is still staring at me wide-eyed. I did not. Rod thinks your smile is pretty. Yeah. Out his ass, Sebi. Out him. Thank you for the hydrate, Prismo. Thank you. You two really are the same. I take a deep breath to calm the erratic beating of my heart. Anyway, I still want to help you with your curse, Rod. Why do you refuse to break it? Rod stares down at his feet, expression melancholy. Rod stops and shakes his head. He says nothing else, and I do not probe him anymore, especially not after seeing the distant look on his face. We walk through the corridor and back to our rooms after we say our goodbyes. I wonder what Rod was going to say. Mother, look! Eleanor got me this gift. She's my maid and my friend. But she's really nice. She even taught me how to braid my hair like... But Eleanor would never... You have never lied to me. Mother? No, I'm sorry, Mother. Yes, abusive parenting. A visual novel classic. I know it's really that's really bad to say, but it happens so much. It has been days since Parfait and Delora revealed my mother's true identity, and the inevitable responsibility I am to have on my shoulders once I turn 18. I've been trying to ask the king about Mother, but he is even busier these days than he was before, and it's impossible to find a single moment in the day to speak with him. The fact that I'm a maid makes it even harder to garner his attention. When I am not on break, I continue to do my duty serving Amela. Right now, I'm accompanying her as she practices her walk and posture. Ophelia has been helping her, pointing out any mistakes she finds. Amela allows her shoulders to slouch as she lets out an exasperated sigh. Amela scowls at her mother, and Ophelia's frown falls away as she bursts into laughter. The atmosphere in the room is far from heavy, as Amela and her mother continue to conduct their lessons. It is almost the exact opposite of the lessons I had with Mother. Mother always got angry when I made even the smallest mistakes. Ophelia clasps her hand. Claps her hands. Amela groans before heading to the far wall and straightening her back. She takes a deep breath, puts a book on her head, and begins to walk again. The book falls from her head on her third step. She sighs, moves back, and starts the process again. Neither of us break Amela's concentration by speaking. We stand idly by and watch as she tries time and time again. I'm surprised when Ophelia leans toward me and begins to whisper. Listen, I'm not friends with her by choice. I look at Ophelia's smiling face with surprise. I never agreed to be her friend. You are not against the princess making friends with her servants. I am not doing a stretch right now. Next chapter. Ophelia shifts her gaze back to Amela, who is now picking up the book that has once again fallen from her head. Like family. Even before I was cursed, Amela was always trying to be my friend. That means she knew all along who my mother was, and still wanted to be my friend. That makes me remember what Parfait told me about Mother threatening to kill Ophelia if the king did not marry her. I turned to Ophelia, curious. Your Majesty, May I ask what you know about the late Queen's rule? Ophelia looks at me quizzically, so I quickly add a thoughtless lie. I was not in NGL and have only heard stories. I just thought it was so hard to believe, what with how peaceful things are in the palace right now. Mother's reign was that terrible? He's the first child. She's like, wait a minute. First child? Huh? She's like, wait. He doesn't have any children from then. Huh? Ophelia looks confused for a few moments, then brushes off the awkwardness with a small chuckle. Is it possible he said that he said that with me in mind, and Ophelia's slip up? But then, maybe he was always referring to Amela and Rod. I see. Thank you for telling me. I can only nod at her in response. Princess or maid, the way Ophelia has treated me has never changed. She has always treated me with kindness, regardless of who I am. I never saw it before because I was always so distant from everyone. But now I see that Ophelia treats everyone here with kindness, regardless of social status. I was always frustrated by the servants when they compared Ophelia to Mother, saying she was superior. But now, I think I understand why they would make such comparisons. Amela dismisses me after my lessons, and I begin to head immediately back to my room. I had just turned a corner when I noticed Sir Alcaster standing before me. I quickly avert my gaze, not wanting a confrontation. He always looks at me so strangely, almost like he can see into my mind, or is trying to. My apologies, Sir Alcaster. Sir Alcaster nods his head at me stiffly before walking off. The fuck? That's a what the fuck moment. Brother, what did you just say? Girl, if you react, you know it's over. It's over for you if you react. Don't do it. I turn to stare after him, but he has already turned the corner. Blood becomes cold. Is that just a slip of the tongue? But how else could he know that I am the princess? Is it possible that he is cursed? No. Somehow that does not seem right. But if he does not have the fairy tale curse, could he be the witch that Delora warned me about? What reason would he have for unveiling his identity then? Unless he just wants to intimidate me further. It occurs to me that Fritz still remembers who I am. Did he tell his father about me? Now I am even more confused about whom I should trust. I jump when I hear Rod call me. His expression slowly creases with something that looks like worry. Might as well. They did tell us to stay vigilant, so... Sir Alcaster knows I am the princess. Do you think he's the witch Delora was talking about? I whisper the words to him, and he responds by raising his eyebrows, looking surprised. You don't believe me? Rod sighs. Rod stares at me for a few moments, then closes his eyes, his eyebrows slightly furrowed with thought. I didn't want to be so suspicious of Fritz, but I don't think blindly trusting him would be right either, given these circumstances. You're worried about me? Rod averts his gaze from me. Wow, you're actually being honest. Get him, Seb! Expose him! What? Rod clears out Sebby before pinching his cheek. Dance? But you already know how to dance. What do you have left to practice? Rod does not answer and only walks away. I decide to follow after him. 'Cause I can. I shrug. I wanted to see you practice. To be honest, I wanted to see him dance. I already know that Amela is very clumsy when it comes to dancing, but outside of the one practice with Amela, I have never seen Rod dance. Amela always gloats on his behalf, but I have yet to witness Rod's supposed talent with my own eyes. Our dance together was so short, I barely had any time to judge him. Why? Rod's easily embarrassed. Rod groans and pinches one of Sebby's cheeks, glowering. Sorry. Rod reluctantly releases the bunny with a sigh. I notice you have been talking more lately, Sebby. Oh, that's because Rod here has been saying things that contradict what he thinks or feels. Sebby makes a sound of defeat as Rod once again pinches one of his cheeks. So from now on, whenever he says something, we just have to think, oh, he means the opposite of it. Okay. Rod stares at me with wide eyes, and I stare back, beginning to panic. What is wrong? I put a hand to my mouth, flushing. I'm smiling again. I never even noticed. It was a pretty smile, Princess. Right, Rod? Rod quickly turns away, cheeks slightly pink. He did not even command me to leave. What a surprise. Amela said you were a really good dancer. I wanted to see it with my own eyes. Yeah. No, I'm not here to judge you. I am mostly curious. I wanted to know how good you really were. I hold out my hand and he stares, looking taken aback. I should not be scolded for only being curious. Why not just one little dance to prove how talented you are? Rod stares at me for a few minutes before reluctantly taking my hand. Rod starts leading the dance. He glides us into the imaginary rhythm of a waltz. Even without the music, I'm able to count the steps in my head as I follow his lead. This is different from that short dance we showed in Bella. Rod's movements are graceful, his touch gentle as he leads me to an underarm twirl. When I come to face him once again, I notice the gentle way he stares at me. The usual hardness of his expression is gone, melted into something relaxed. I find myself staring back at him, looking into his eyes. Perhaps Rod does have some gentleness to him. Our gaze does not break as he twirls me. Rod's eyes widen as soon as mine do. He abruptly lets go of my hands and steps back. I can only stare at him, my face warm. It wasn't me this time. Right, it was not. That was more than just a thought, I swear. Rod says nothing, though his cheeks continue to darken with embarrassment. Rod and I turn to look at Amela, who was hovering by the door. Rod quickly walks through the doorway and out into the hallway, leaving Amela and I alone in the room. What just happened? You were watching? Oh. A couple? I put a hand to my cheek and turn away with a scowl. I am not. Besides, whatever just happened was embarrassing. No. I don't like him. I stare at her. I do not. Also, you are forgetting that I am a maid who cannot be with the prince even if I wanted to. He is grumpy and cold. And even though we are not blood related, he is still my stepbrother. If only Amela realized how crazy her words were in light of the truth. Amela suddenly looks starry-eyed as she giggles at me. Your brother hates me. Imagine that. I cannot help but think of Sembi, who always speaks Rod's thoughts aloud when they are contradictory. Amela let out a long sigh as she directs her attention out the window. Is that the reason why you have been going to the toy shop with Prince Rod? Because you want to bring them back together? Amela nods. I thought he was just being stubborn with me, but apparently no amount of prodding, even from his own family, will make him budge. Why is he being so difficult? Hope you do not mind me asking. But what do you know about his curse? Amela stares at me for a few moments before nodding. I know that sometimes I am not trusting enough, but I think Amela is still far too trusting. I think back and realize that I had actually read the beginning of The Little Mermaid a long time ago, but I did not have the chance to finish it because I was caught by Mother. Little Mermaid is about a mermaid who trades her voice for legs, right? I nod slowly, thoughtful. I have a strong feeling that Rod's curse is related to Viorica, but I cannot draw the connection. Still, Viorica might be the key to understanding his curse. The fraud will not divulge anything. The next best chance we have of understanding his curse might be going through Viorica. Alright. I will do that stretch as I promised I would. Next chapter. Thank you for the stretch. Oh, jeez. It feels like we've been going on for so long, but it's only been like 2.5 hours. Alright. I'm gonna take a short break. Just to give my throat a little rest and eat something. I'll be right back. I'm back. Let's chapter up to 8, 7. Same shit. Yes. Alright, let's keep trucking, guys. Today is the first time that I am leaving the palace on a day off. Usually I choose to stay inside. Whereas the other servants always leave to go home, I never see any reason to leave since this has always been my home. And the merchant has never been home. Besides, it is not as if I want to return. Not after that conversation we all shared last time. Thus, I have spent most of my days asking questions about Mother's reign, inquiring when and where I can. The opinions do not surprise me. There's no reason for them to lie to me. The more I hear, the more my old life makes sense to me. I now know why the king never seemed to love Mother, and why the people hated her. And the reason people looked at me with such fear. However, it has been months since I have been glared at in public. If there is one good thing that this curse did for me, it is that it allows me to travel around town without being noticed. As Viorica's shop comes into view, my thoughts shift to the reason I left the palace in the first place. If Rod will not tell me anything, I will have to ask Viorica. She must be related in some way to his curse. I pause outside the door to the toy shop. With a deep breath, I push the door open. The moment she sees me, her expression becomes confused. I nod at her. I wanted to ask you something. It is about Prince Rod. He is fine. She sighs with relief. I just wanted to know if you knew anything about Prince Rod's sudden muteness. Viorica stares at me for a few moments before she shakes her head. Well, I try to think of a plausible explanation for this, and I immediately consider Amela. Viorica is Amela's best friend. Surely she would be willing to help if she knew I was doing this for Amela. Prince Rod has been very quiet recently. Princess Amela has been worried sick about him, but he refuses to say anything even to her. I have been trying to gather information that might be helpful in discerning the cause. I stare at her expectantly, hoping my gaze holds nothing but determination. Finally, Viorica smiles. I'm still not accustomed to the fact that Amela considers me a friend. It is hard not to agree. Ah, sneezing is awful. The way Amela was always smiling before, I never thought she had any problems in her life. It was only recently that I discovered that she was hiding all her loneliness and pain behind a smile. happened between the two of you the night you met your fiancé? Prince Rod wasn't there. What happened? None of that. None of English. Why? Why is English like this? None of that was at all related to Rod. How does this relate to his curse? Do you not remember the story? Girl saves man from drowning. Bro thinks it's somebody else. And then marries somebody different. That's the real story. Not the Disney bullshit. So your relationship with Prince Rod changed after that night. What happened? Viorica sighs. Her voice fades, but I know that she is referring to the curse. Rod lost his voice shortly after Viorica met Decimond. The mermaid's curse must have something to do with the tale. The little mermaid traded her voice for legs so that she could be with her prince, but that night, the only person who found their Prince Charming was Viorica. Rod's curse must have something to do with Decimond and Viorica. He became distant with her after finding out about Decimond. Why? Then there is the fact that he still spoke to Viorica, even if he was distant. It was only when he found out about their wedding that he became so cold. I frown as I try to organize my thoughts. I shake my head. You have told me what you could. Viorica walks me to the door, opening it so that the both of us can step out onto the street together. I hope so too. I catch sight of two noblewomen sitting on a bench together, not too far away from the toy shop. They are referring to Ophelia without her title. How disrespectful. I do not know why, but I bristle at their comments. Everyone is entitled to their opinion, but the fact that they are speaking so bluntly in public means that they have little worry of being overheard. Oh my god. As the two women laugh, I feel something hot begin to burn in my stomach. Viorica takes in a sharp breath beside me. Since I became a maid in the palace, Ophelia has been nothing but kind to me, a mere servant. She has all the right to flaunt her status and title, yet she remains humble. I now know that this is why everyone at the palace loves her. I start walking toward them without thinking. You have no right to say those things about the queen. The two women are clearly surprised at my interruption. Both of them glare at me. Eavesdropping? Anyone could have heard you. Their mouths fall open. One of the women looks at me for a long time, then sneers suddenly, as if something has... oh jeez. As if something has occurred to her. What? They stand and advance toward me. They laugh, and the irritation in my chest blazes into full-on anger. Is this what Ophelia has been dealing with for the past year? She is being treated so cruelly when she has done nothing but love the king. And I also ridiculed her just like this. I force myself to look at the cruel woman as I move my hand to the pendant hanging around my neck. I was just as cruel as them. I barely feel Viorica's hand as she rested against my shoulder. But I cannot just let these two women talk about Ophelia like this. I pull away from Viorica and stand firm. The queen has a good heart. She is far more noble than either of you could ever hope to be. I think back on the times I was cruel to her. Ophelia could have easily reprimanded me for my behavior. She had that right as my stepmother. Yet, she has been nothing but kind to me. Ophelia never got angry at me, even despite my treatment toward her and her family. She has always treated others with kindness, even when they are cruel to her. Judging from the bitterness in your accusations, it seems like you are jealous of her. How pathetic. The other woman marches toward me, and my free hand instinctively moves to hold her hand just before her palm reaches my cheek. I will not tolerate any insults toward the queen. A soft light emanates from the pendant, and I can only stare at it in shock. I got another good deed by defending Ophelia. The woman snatches her hand away. I could ask you the same. What happened to yours? I turn and see Rod walking toward us, his expression cold. The two noblewomen hastily curtsy. There we go, that's the word. The noblewomen turn pale as Rod's eyes fall on them. The two noblewomen curtsy before quickly departing. What are you doing here without your guards? You know what? Honesty is the best policy. Those women were insulting the queen. I thought a lecture was in order. What? I narrow my eyes at him. Rod looks away, his expression suddenly pained. Rod never finishes the sentence. He clears his throat before looking at us again. What was he going to say? Eureka's eyes narrow, and she looks ready to say something, but Rod has already reached out for my hand to pull me along behind him. My eyes narrow as I recognize the path we are on. This is not the way back to the palace. Where are you taking me? Are you going to sell me for my organs? Why? What? But Rod ignores me, and we walk the rest of the way to the margin in silence. Waltz is the only person in the reception room when we enter. Waltz nods. As soon as Waltz leaves us alone, Rod turns to me, his expression rigid. Rod steps closer and grabs my shoulders. Aw. It was my day off today. It is not unreasonable for me to want time for myself. I cannot help but bristle at his tone. Why are you so angry? Rod trails off and looks away. So you're finally acknowledging me as family. I notice his cheeks turning red. Just? Uh-huh. Important. You could just never be honest. Goddamn. He looks uncomfortable as he says the words, and I cannot help but marvel at his embarrassment. Why is he so embarrassed? But Rod changes the topic as he turns away from me. I shrug. I can only assume that your curse has something to do with Viorica. Oof, my neck. I look up when Rod says something, then stare at the curious sight before me. He has taken Sebi off his shoulder, and is holding the doll in his hands away from his face. Those two seem to be engaged in some silent conversation, and gently, Sebi speaks words I can hear. This is the right thing to do. You need to let her help you, Rod. Rod bites down on his lower lip before briefly closing his eyes. Eventually, he returns Sebi to his usual spot on his shoulder and turns to me. You're right. Rod sits down on the settee and lets out a heavy sigh. His eyes are far away as he speaks to me. Alright. I will read this out for everybody. I was in love with Viorica, but I wasn't brave enough to tell her. I just followed her around like some kind of puppy. One day, Viorica hadn't come home and it was raining very heavily, so I went out to look for her. I found her walking along the bank of the river. I called out to her to tell her to be careful, but I don't think she ever heard me. She slipped and... Rod swallows, punches one of his hands into a fist. He fell into the river. I dived in after her. I somehow managed to get both of us onto the riverbank, but it didn't look like Viorica was breathing. I didn't know what to do. I started panicking. I ran off to try and find help, but I couldn't find anyone in the storm. When I returned, she was gone. I rushed to her house and a doctor was already there attending to her along with Desmond. Rod's gaze is vacant as he nods. When Viorica began to fall in love with Desmond, I felt helpless. Did you not tell her that you were the one that saved her? Why would I? Viorica was so happy believing that she and Desmond were fated to be together. I couldn't do that to her. But surely if you told her... Rod interrupts me. I want the people I love to be happy. I don't care if their happiness causes me pain. I'd rather bear that alone instead of bringing down those around me. My chest aches as I watch Rod's face. I never would have guessed that Rod could be so selfless. So wait. Oh no. No, because they said that I'm sorry, I'm trying to think right now. They did say that her father did have feelings for Ophelia before he was forced to marry her mom. Okay. And so I asked the witch to turn me into one. She stole my voice in exchange. Only then did I realize that she had inflicted the fairy tale curse upon me, the mermaid's curse. The next day the king turned up at our house, proclaiming that he had been looking for my mother for years, and that he'd never stopped loving her. When the king married my mother, I became a prince. It was just as the witch promised. But it didn't matter. I didn't see it when I made the deal with the witch, but I couldn't be blind to it forever. Stupid. Rod, Her face pauses in her tracks when she sees me. No, he was just finishing up his story. Rod moves over to Parfait, but he stops to glance back at me. Parfait looks at Rod and then at me, her face puzzled, but she does not say a word as Rod and her leave the room. Unlucky! Honestly, my heart goes out to you, man. But damn, look at you, barging into somebody else's life. So wait, that means that she breaks his curse. They'll no longer be royalty, right? Because he never really cared about her, right? Sorry, I'm just trying to make it make sense in my head. I did not get the chance to discuss Rod's curse with him later that night, nor did I get the chance to speak with Parfait and Delore about my suspicions of Sir Alcaster. Days go by, but I still find myself overwhelmed by preparations for the ball. Things become more frantic every day, making it difficult for me to have any time to speak with anyone. Eventually, I decide to write a letter containing my suspicions of Sir Alcaster. I tell Parfait and Delore that I believe he might be the witch they are looking for. I also add that I believe Fritz might be somehow involved, though my suspicions are not as well founded with him. To make matters worse, he went and disappeared. I have not heard anyone mention his name here for a very long time. I'm forcefully pulled from my thoughts when I collide with someone. The linens I had been holding scatter over the floor. Excuse me, I did not. I look up and my voice trails off when I see who I bumped into. Sir Mithros looks at me, something veiled in his smiling eyes. Yes, please excuse me. I begin gathering up the linens, but as I reach out for one, Sir Mithros picks it up first. I will be fine. I bite my lip and do not protest as Sir Mithras helps me gather the rest of the linens. I'm contemplating my schedule for the rest of the day when I realize that Sir Mithras has been talking. Maid? There's a cold amusement in Sir Mithras' gaze. Rod with a maid? As far as I'm aware, the only maid he has been out in town with has been. I freeze as Sir Mithras straightens, patting down his clothes for dust, before holding out some of the linens to me. I shakily take the linens from Sir Mithras as he inclines his head to me. I walk to the dining hall in a haze, my mind whirling with the implications of what Sir Mithras had just said. I'm sure it was those noblewomen who spread this rumor. I curtsy after placing the linens down as commanded. That is all. I straighten at the tone of Ophelia's voice. When I look up, I see that her expression is carefully still. I will answer if I can. Ophelia sighs as she sits down on one of the dining table chairs and folds her hands on her lap. What? I'm sorry, what? What? What happened was... If Ophelia is asking me about these rumors, then I can only imagine what sort of story those women made up. Prince Rod was just on his way somewhere when he chanced upon me. When he saw that I was in trouble with two noblewomen, he stopped to intervene, and that is all. Then why did you ask me, Your Majesty? My relationship with Rod? If I had my way, I'd let you court him. I feel heat in my cheeks as I trip over my words. The prince and I are not in a relationship. A member of the royal family cannot end up with a servant. And what about the fact that I am Rod's stepsister? Would that stop it? I bite down on that statement fiercely. I already know what role I am playing here, and I cannot break it. Ophelia looks at me with a complicated expression before she sighs. I understand. I curtsy as I move toward the dining hall's entrance. What did Ophelia mean by that closeness not going unnoticed? Later that day, as I'm waiting outside the throne room for Amela to finish one of her classes, two maids walk toward me and stop in front of me. What do you want? What is it? I have already finished all of my tasks for the day. I blink at them confused. I have no idea what you're talking about. Are you threatening me? I will not hesitate, bitch. That's what. Amela moves to stand beside me, a disapproving expression on her face. Rod? Rod pauses briefly, his eyes meeting mine for a second before he looks at the maids. The two maids run off. Amela turns to look at me. I'm fine. I was ready to get into a fucking tussle if I had to. I'm about to answer when I notice that Rod is abruptly walking away from us. I frown at his back. He had only just started being nice to me, and now he is back to acting as if I do not exist. What do I do? Amela puts her hands on my back and gently pushes me forward. Amela— oh jeez. Why do I always almost— why do I almost always— that's a contradiction. This happens way too often. I hate it. Hydrate? No, it's not that I needed to hydrate. It's just me always coming closer, choking on my saliva as usual. Okay, I think I'm good now. Oh god. It never ceases to be scary. Amela smiles as she pushes the door to the throne room open. But she disappears into the throne room before I can finish. I glance down the hallway Rod just disappeared down, then back at the throne room. My thoughts whirl together in a vague mess until I make my decision. Wait! At the sound of my approaching footsteps, Rod turns and looks at me. Oh my god, we get to tell him off, hell yeah. The words spill out of me before I can even think of them. What have I done now to make you angry with me? He turns away and I glare as I follow closely behind him. You expect me to believe that? You can at least look at me when I'm talking to you. I reach out a hand to his elbow and pull him back so that he is facing me. Rod. The words die in my throat when I see the expression on his face. His face is red, and he refuses to look me in the eye. My surprise causes me to release him. Rod quickly turns around and begins to walk away. I am left to stare dumbly after him. What is wrong with him? Normally he is not so afraid to speak his mind. I frown as I feel a dull ache throbbing somewhere deep in my chest. What is this? Why do I feel sad? Normally Rod's distance does not make me feel like this. And yet now— am I really so sad that he does not want to speak with me? I shake my head and take a deep breath to still my hands. It is better not to think about it. Chapter 8. It is the day of the ball, and I am waiting for Amela to finish her last dance rehearsal. The lesson was over an hour ago, but Amela remains here to continue practicing the steps. Jeez. Meanwhile, I am preoccupied with the thoughts of Rod's curse. Also, I did just hydrate right now. Thank you for that, Prisma. Okay. I cannot believe that Rod traded his voice for a title. So the reason the king was able to find Ophelia was because of Rod. It is a little difficult to wrap my head around the implications, but one thing bothers me. Rod told me why he asked the curse, but he gave no explanation as to how to break it. How did it go in the original fairy tale? Well, in the original fairy tale, the mermaid saves the prince, but the prince ends up falling in love with a princess from a foreign kingdom, and because she couldn't tell him, the mermaid, she couldn't tell him, like, no, wait. Damn it, I really forgot how it went, but basically, Broski was too in love with the foreign princess, so she couldn't win his love, or tell him that it was her all along, so she turned into sea foam. It's the unfortunate part. Like, don't get me wrong, you know, the Disney stories, they're nice, you know, they're fun little things, but I think I prefer, like, the actual, like, original stories compared to, like, the Disney versions, Disneyified, however you want to call it. Because, like, everything always ends happily. That is not reality. And I mean, sure, you know, in the times that they were made, it's probably, you know, not so bad. Because, times are obviously different, but, like, what's wrong with a little realism? Like, you could still make a good story that doesn't have a happy ending, that people won't be, like, upset about, you know? And Mela finishes up the last steps of her routine before walking over to me. I hand her the glass of water I was holding for her. And Mela must notice my curiosity because she stops to look at me quizzically. I read a little bit of the fairy tale but never finished it. Can you tell me the whole story of the Little Mermaid? And Mela takes a seat on one of the chairs bordering the throne room and gestures for me to take the one opposite her. Alright, you know what, maybe I should go back though and read the story for you guys who may not know the actual original Little Mermaid. Once upon a time, there was a mermaid that fell in love with a handsome prince. One day, she swam to the surface of the ocean to find him. She saw that the prince was celebrating his birthday on the grandest ship in the kingdom. The little mermaid was captivated by the human party and stayed to watch. And then suddenly, a violent storm hit, and the prince was thrown from the ship into the ocean. The little mermaid saved the prince and took him safely to shore, but she could not stay long. She eventually had to return to the ocean and leave him on land. This is similar to Viorica's rescue. The little mermaid was so in love with the prince that she went to see a witch who offered to trade her a potion that would turn her mermaid's tail into legs. They struck a deal. The mermaid would sacrifice her beautiful voice for legs so that she could live with the prince on land. So in Rod's case, he traded away his voice to become a prince. However, the sea witch gave the little mermaid a warning and said that if she wasn't able to make the prince fall in love with her, there would be consequences. Consequences? Yes, namely if the prince fell in love and married someone else, the mermaid's heart would break and she would dissolve into sea foam. I cannot help but recoil. My expression must betray my horror because Amela quickly shakes her head. And you believe him? Imola shrugs helplessly as she puts down her now empty glass of water. That may be true, but Imola does not know what Rod traded his voice for. She does not know that he did it to become a prince for Viorica. Rod is already hiding things from her. Is it possible that Rod will die the day Victoria marries? His name is now Desmond? Not Desmond? Desmond? Later that day I find Rod in the dining hall. He appears to be inspecting the seating arrangements for the night's banquet. He glances up briefly to look at me before returning his attention to the place cards with the guests' names on them. I've been looking for you all morning. I am distracted from what I am about to say when I notice Rod switching the position of two place cards. I frown as I catch the name on one of them. He is moving Viorica's place at the table. Is he trying to make sure she sits as far away from him as possible? What happens if you cannot break your curse? Rod's movements stutter before he shakes his head sharply. Ooh. Should we get angry? I feel like this is a moment to get angry. Now, I know, anger doesn't really help, but this could be a life or death situation, But, true, anger really never solves anything. What a guy. Something aches deep in my chest at Rod's coldness. Please. Rod startles so strongly that he almost drops the place card he's holding. I mean, placard. Placard. It's placard. Why am I saying place card? I can read, I swear. Please tell me. We have been partners for months now. Yes, I know that it is an unusual partnership, and that most of our helping each other has been subtle, but I'm only one good deed away from breaking my curse, while you seem to be no closer to breaking your curse than when we started. I will do whatever I can to help you with your curse, Rod. So please, let me help you. Silence falls. Moments later, Rod sighs and looks away from me. Some unspeakably sad emotion shines through his eyes. Dread settles in the pit of my stomach at Rod's words. Could I be right? Will Rod actually die if he does not manage to break his curse? Imola told me the story of the little mermaid. She said that the mermaid dies if the prince marries someone else. Rod, when Viorica marries Desmond, will you? I know, it sounds like I'm saying Desmond, but it's Desmond. Desmond. Oh god, it's so pretentious. My voice shows off when I hear the sound of the door behind us. Is it Ophelia or the king? Rod rushes forward and grabs me before I can glance back at the door. Ow. I become aware of a weight holding me down to the floor. The impact of the ground against my head blurs my vision, making it impossible for me to see what is happening at first. Am I underneath the dining table? I struggle to try and sit up, but the weight pushes down on me again, forcing me to be still. Rod, why did he push me underneath the table? I'm about to ask him aloud when the sound of footsteps silences me. I cannot help but remember what Sir Mithros was saying about rumors. If Rod and I were seen alone together by the servants, the rumors will no doubt get worse. But why is Rod doing this? I stay quiet as the people that enter the dining hall begin to talk. There is a pause, and then another voice speaks up. Sir Alcaster and Sir Mithros. Rod's hands tighten on my shoulders. The Crown Princess will be assassinated tonight at the ball. Sir Mithros sounds oddly subservient. But why? The two of them are both ranked equally, and neither of them should have to answer to anyone other than the king. Unless Sir Alcaster truly is the witch and is forcing Sir Mithros to obey him with a spell. I do not hear Sir Mithros respond, but I can hear Sir Alcaster leaving the room. Sir Mithros sighs out, but is otherwise silent when he leaves the room after a few moments. I exhale fully as the door finally closes behind Sir Mithros. I was so engrossed in Sir Alcaster and Sir Mithros' conversation that I only just now realized that Rod is hovering over me. I'm fine. Rod suddenly pauses as he notices our positions. He stares at me for a few moments, eyes wide. He scrambles out from underneath the dining table, and by the time I do the same, he is standing far away from me, his gaze fixed on the wall. He is bright red. It would be funny if I weren't sure I was the same color. Rod clears his throat. Rod turns on his heel to leave the dining room. Rod, wait. When Viorica marries Desmond, will you die? Rod pauses for a moment, but I can tell from his pained expression that he will not speak. You're running out of time, Rod. My eyes flick between Sebi and Rod. What does that mean? He turns away from me once again and starts walking away. Rod. Must be something in my voice that makes Rod stop, because he turns to look at me. Please stop running away from this. Though Rod's words are harsh, his tone is soft. I cannot help but get mad at Rod's dismissive tone. I move toward him, frowning. How can you say something like that? You're not the only person that won't be affected if you keep refusing to do anything to break your curse. Can you imagine what your death would do to your sister, to your mother? Losing you would destroy them. Rod's face is suddenly inches away from mine. He places his hands to the wall behind me, gauging me in. His face is flushed with anger, but the look in his eyes is tormented. His voice is a whisper, but I can still hear his words. Rod. Rod pushes away from me and stalks off as I stare after him. He says that, but then he still does nothing to try and break his curse. I do not understand him at all. What is stopping him? Rod Rod is absent from the palace for the rest of the day. He returns only once the sun has set to prepare for the ball. I have not been able to talk to him since, but I assume that he has been to the march-in to tell Delora and Parfait about our suspicions of Sir Alcaster being a witch. I hope they come up with an effective plan for dealing with him. The palace is not safe so long as he is here. The ball is just about to start that evening, and I have been asked to make sure that none of the guests are lost and wandering the hallways. I have been walking around for a while, directing any late guests in the right direction. That should be everyone. But as I turned the corner, I noticed two people lingering by a column. Excuse me, the throne room is. I pause when I look more closely at the two men in front of me. I recognize one of them instantly. What is Sir Alcaster doing outside the throne room? And who is that man he's with? Sir Alcaster gestures me toward him, and I approach warily. Varg sweeps aside his cape as he bows, and I curtsy and dip my head to hide my expression. I have not heard of a Varg, and why would he be bowing to a mere maid? Also, why is he wearing such an elaborate costume and mask? This is not a masquerade ball. If Varg is an acquaintance of Sir Alcaster, there is no telling what or who he truly is. Varg's politeness is even more suspicious. Of course. Sir Alcaster. I meet Varg's gaze briefly. I cannot help but frown at the way he is smirking at me. This way. Varg and I make our way toward the throne room. I cannot help but feel wary of the fact that he is following behind me where I cannot see him. Varg laughs and I grit my teeth at the sound. Varg looks at me curiously. I have nothing to say. Thankfully, the doors to the throne room appear as soon as we turn a corner, and I do not have to come up with a response to his words. We are here. I gesture toward the throne room and move to leave, but Varg's voice stops me. Technically, that is the announcer's job. But Varg came so late, he probably already missed the introductions. I take a deep breath to calm myself down before turning toward the doors. Follow me. I can tell the moment I step into the room that the official introductions have already passed. Most of the guests have already begun to mingle and scatter across the throne room as the band sets up. No one notices when I walk into the throne room in front of Varg. I do not trust Varg, English, why can't I do it? Not if he is associated with Sir Alcaster. I might have time to warn someone about him while he is distracted, but who? Nah, it's just too stupid. My eyes fall on Rod. Notice that he is leaning against one of the walls, away from the crowds. I head directly for him, moving quickly so that Varg is not right behind me. Rod. Rod frowns at me as I come to stand in front of him. There's a man here called Varg. I think Sir Alcaster brought him. Apparently Varg is one of the suitors for Amelia's hand. Rod glances past me at Varg, his eyes narrowed. When I turn back and follow his line of sight, I almost gasp in shock. Varg has bent over one of Amella's hands, clearly having just pressed a kiss to the back of it. But Rod and I are not too far away, so we can hear him clearly. But the throne room is already hushed at the sight of the crown princess being so boldly directly addressed. I feel sick, but I cannot bring myself to say anything more as Amela puts her hand in Varg's. I might have to come back and redo this. Oh god, I can feel it. The moment Amela makes her way to the center of the dance floor, a man signals to the band and the musicians start playing. I can only nod as I watch Varg pull Amela closer. At first it is just he and Amela dancing, but then other couples gradually trickle in to join them. I do not like this at all. Rod and I watch in silence as the first dance continues on. I know for a fact that Rod must see the dreamy smile on Amela's face as certainly as I can. When the music stops, both of us move as one toward Amela. Even though the dance is over and Varg has released her, they still stand close together in the center of the room. The silence is interrupted when the double doors open and Sir Alcaster, along with two knights, stalk into the center of the room where Amela and Varg stand. And one romance something in this game, asking specifically the chippy thing on the screen. What? Of course you can romance people in this visual novel. Their arrival causes an uneasy stir in the crowds. The king rises from his throne, eyebrows drawn. Alcaster says nothing as the knights stationed around the room approach Amela and Varg and stand around them, encircling them. Amela's expression shifts from confusion to fear. The crowd becomes even more anxious. Alcaster briefly glances at him but says nothing. He turns back to his knights and snaps his fingers. The knights pull out their swords and point them at Amela. I reach out to grab Rod's hand before he can make his way toward her. Rod, it is too dangerous. Thoughtless actions have the potential to put Amela in even more danger. Rod's only response is to tighten his grip on my hand. I place my other hand over his to reassure him, and slowly but surely, his grip begins to loosen. I turn my gaze back to the king. Sir Alcaster turns his head to Varg, who remains standing beside a scared Amela. Amela steps back, her eyes now brimming with tears. As soon as Sir Alcaster gives the order, Rod immediately lets go of my hand and rushes toward his sister. Rod, no! I quickly follow after him, but Rod suddenly stops in his tracks. I bump abruptly into his back. Rod? Sir Alcaster's booming voice echoes around the room, which has suddenly gone eerily silent. My eyes move to Varg, but he is standing motionless. What is happening? Finally, Varg smirks. He steps to the side, standing in front of Amela as if to block her from view. The knight's next movements are a blur as they rush at Sir Alcaster. In the mere moments, he has been disarmed and pinned to the ground. Several more knights have also appeared from behind to surround Sir Alcaster. A man emerges from in between the circle of knights. He moves to stand beside Varg and Amela. Sir Mithros looks at Sir Alcaster disdainfully. The anger is now palpable in Sir Alcaster's flushed face. He said, What? What? Sir Mithros drops to one knee in front of the king. He raises his head slightly to look at the king. But both of them knew of Sir Alcaster's plans. Was that the reason why they were dishonorably discharged? For false accusations? Wait, so Sir Mithros has been pretending to work with Sir Alcaster this whole time? Sir Mithros stands and turns to Alcaster. He gestures at him dismissively. The knight's next movements are a blur. The men rush Sir Alcaster all at once, and in mere moments Sir Alcaster has been disarmed and is now pinned to the ground. Again? Again? Isn't Sir Alcaster a witch? Why is he not using his magic? The clink? Yes, the clink, yes. The king glances at the knights, then at Sir Alcaster, his gaze steely. Sir Alcaster struggles uselessly against the knights as they drag him away. He is nearly out the door when he starts screaming at the king. Even as Sir Alcaster is pulled from the room, we can hear him babbling in the hallways about a witch. Sir Alcaster never used any magic to escape. Was he truly not a witch? I was like, what? Is he talking to me? Okay. I am pulled from my thoughts when I hear Varg's voice. He is now trying to comfort a shaken Amela. For a few moments, he looks away and his eyes meet mine. He smiles, but it is fleeting, and moments later his attention is back on Amela. The ball comes to an abrupt end after Alcaster is stunned. He is thrown into a jail cell and promised a trial after a few days' time, where he will be tried for treason against the kingdom. As I have no idea what. I had thought I had everything figured out, but now I become more and more confused by the moment. Fritz was always loyal to a fault, but then Sir Alcaster was the same way with the king, and I have not seen or heard of Fritz for weeks. I cannot really say. Varg was offered a room at the palace for a few days' visit. He is being treated as Sir Mithros' valued guest. I have heard from the other servants that he is Sir Mithros' relative who lives in a neighboring kingdom. Ooh, I almost said something that I should not have said. If I did end up saying it. Ooh. For once, I thought before I spoke. Thank God. Is Amela blushing? I curtsy as Amela walks off, leaving me alone with Varg. I cannot help but feel uneasy in his presence. Something about him puts me on edge. He makes me feel uncomfortable. Excuse me, I have errands to attend to. Give? Sorry about that, I was being asked questions. Give me? Mark reaches into one of his pockets and withdraws a letter that he holds out to me. Can I read it? What is this about? Princess. My blood turns to ice in my veins. He knows I'm the princess. That could only mean that he is. I have no idea what you are talking about. Excuse me. I'm about to leave when Vark suddenly grabs my wrist. He grins at me. It is the same wolfish smile that he flashed at me during the ball. What? Before I can say anything else, I feel a hand grip my other arm. Someone tugs me back and away from Varg, then comes to stand in front of me. Rod? Varg looks at Rod, then at me, his smile growing more crooked. Hit him with the F word! That is the one thing you never want to hear in a visual novel about romance. The F word. F-R-I-E-N-D. Who or what to choose? You seem to know a lot about us. Are you, I lower my voice. Are you a witch? You didn't have to go and expose me! Well, now he does. Vark dips into an elegant bow and flashes one last smile before walking away. Man, I want to say so much stuff right now, but I can't because it spoils stuff. No. I am. Thank you for helping me. I'll do anything. Sorry. Like I'm telling you, there's like a phrase in a song for almost every word out there. Like anytime like I see like somebody says, "Am I wrong?" I end up like I end up doing like the intro to like 21st Century Girl by BTS where he's like, "Am I wrong?" and I just start laughing because it fits so well. Oh my god. What? What? Rod shakes his head before stepping away. Anything? From me? Rod coughs, pulling me from the thought. Dang it, I was gonna say something, but then I was like, that's spoilers too. Damn it. I know. Rod smiles at me gently. The look makes my heart thud once, painfully, in my chest. Rod looks away, his cheeks tinged red. I feel my own cheeks warm at the sight. I wasn't staring at all. Thank you for the hydrate, Prisma. Thank you. Actually, I need to go like refill my water soon. I don't have a lot left. I think I got like a sip or two left. Help if you're helpless. Rod gives me one last look before finally turning and walking away. I place my hand over my chest, where I can still hear my thudding heartbeat. This feeling. My kokoro go doki doki. Yeah, that sounded like such a weep. If it is what I think it is, then I have no right to feel that way about him. He is my stepbrother. That has never stopped anybody, honey. It has not stopped anybody. I shake my head to clear the thought, then glance down at the letter that Varg just delivered to me. What, Prismo? Did you not know? Like, they mentioned like several times that they're like step-siblings. But not the stepbrother. Listen. It's much better than them being actual blood siblings, okay? Like, I'm a little bit more lenient if they're step-siblings. Yeah, but still, damn. Honestly, that's the whole thing with like step-siblings. It's a tricky slope. Because it's like, you're not blood related. And it is weird if like you do consider yourselves family but also feel that way about each other. I mean, listen, this is just how I feel about it. If anybody watching, you know, if you're okay with that, then hey, that's your prerogative. I'm not gonna sit here and like judge you much for it. It's like, why? Especially if it's somebody blood related to you. That's a major why. You know, I'm not even gonna get into this conversation. Oh god. There's only one sentence written on it. Come to the throne room alone tonight. And of course she's going to do it. Because she's stupid. Wedding! Throne room is empty when I arrive. I can only hope that this is not some sort of trap. Oh, stupid, yeah? It's like, why would you go alone? Soon after I enter, the door squeaks open and a familiar face enters the room. Sir Mithros? Sir Mithros walks toward me. When he is close enough, he drops to one knee and bows. I frown as I take one step back from him. Witch! 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 Sorry. Sir Mithros flashes me a wide smile that causes a shudder to run down my spine. You know who I am, and that means you are. I take another step back as the blood drains from my face. Sir Mithros' smile only widens at my reaction. If you are a witch, then Sir Alcaster is. And Varg? A thought suddenly occurs to me. If Sir Alcaster was plotting against the kingdom, then did Sir Mithros also punish Fritz somehow? What about Fritz? Was he a part of Sir Alcaster's plans? He is so right. I can't say anything more than that, but when he says this, he means it. He really does. Trust me, when we get there, you're going to see just how right he is. I command you to answer my question, Sir Mithros. Was Fritz a part of this? He refused. Does that mean he was not a part of the plans? Or that he was unwillingly forced to participate in them? I am certain that Sir Alcaster would not be happy that his own son was disobeying him. He either forced him to help or assigned him outside of the palace. But if Fritz knew of Sir Alcaster's plans, Why did he not warn anyone about them? Was he working with Sir Mithros as well? More questions swirl in my head, but none of them have answers. When this is over, I will personally ask Fritz about this, once I can locate him. I shake the thoughts away and bring my attention back to Sir Mithros. Why bother with this reveal? What do you hope to gain from it? Sir Mithros waves his hand, conjuring a faint green glow that envelops the whole room. My witch friend. Sir Mithros clicks his tongue in annoyance. Wait! This whole time I'm just now learning he has piercings in his ear! How did I never notice that? Damn, I am blind as a bitch. It's like, I always noticed, like, you know, his right side looked a little different. I'm like, maybe it's just his hair, but no, it's been piercings this whole time. Wow. That makes him hotter. Oh, God. Okay. He is referring to Delora. Jean Parfait warned me that there was a witch in the palace. Is Sir Mithros truly that witch? You know what? Fuck it. I never really trusted him, not even when I was a princess. Now that he has revealed himself as a witch, I need to know what he plans on doing. You knew that I was the princess this entire time, yet you never offered me any assistance. What? Sir Mithros is silent for a few moments before he speaks again. Oh wait, oh no! I should have told her. Hold on, oh shit. Let me go see real quick. Oh, looks like I'm getting bacon in my food. Even though I don't want it. Oh no, that's... I really wish we didn't have ads, man. The Knights. What does he need the Knights' protection for? What are his plans? Sir Mithras starts pacing the room, his expression still calm. Sir Mithras stops in front of me, his deadpan expression transforming into a smile. That does not matter. My priority right now is to break my curse. I feel an uncomfortable tug in my heart. Sir Mithras shakes his head, disgust written on his features. So Sir Mithras truly was the witch Parfait was referring to when she mentioned someone seeing through the glamour. But Mother, she was the Tenebrarum bearer corrupted by darkness. Parfait only did what she had to. Sir Mithras looks at me, clearly surprised. I mean, listen. I understand, you know? Again, really, the humans are to blame, literally. If that stupid man did not write those stupid stories, humans would not have felt the need to hunt down the witches. So if anything, you should be blaming the person who wrote the fairy tales. You know? Or what you guys could have done was, like, I don't know, cast a spell and, like, I don't know, got rid of fairy tales forever? I don't know, like, I just feel like there's, like, other things you guys could have done. Well, first of all, they were attacked first, so... Right. The witches were attacked first, so technically. They weren't expecting it, obviously. But, even still, you know... But yeah, you know, I still think it's on the fairies too as well, like... They really just... let the fairy tales run wild like that, you know? They didn't, like, do anything to, like, reassure humans that witches aren't bad, you know? A lot of this really could have been avoided if the man just did not write those stories. Why did he do that? Literally, why? What, like, why? Oh well. Whatever. It is clear to me where Sir Mithras' alliances lie. Sir Mithras sighs, runs a hand through his hair, and then continues speaking. I am nothing like her. I refuse to make people suffer to feel the crystal. I never bore witness to the suffering the people had to go through during my mother's reign. The stories are enough to reveal her true nature to me. It was hard to believe at first, but those people do not have any reason to lie to a servant like myself. They have nothing to gain from it. I finally understand why the hatred people had for me ran so deep, even when I did nothing to them. It was because I was the witch's daughter. I will not let destiny take control of my life. I feign tiredness by releasing a long yawn. I'm sorry for cutting you short, Sir Mithros, but please excuse me. I'm getting tired. I'm about to walk past Sir Mithros when he starts speaking again, his voice a low whisper. I narrow my eyes at him. No. I clench my fists. He has no right to lecture me. I already know that these feelings are wrong. I know that I cannot have them. I assure you that there is nothing between the both of us. You know, Mithros, sometimes we have to lie to ourselves to get through life. We tell ourselves every day that we're happy and content, but are we really? This man is beginning to try my patience. Hello? Hello? Stream? Chat? Can you guys hear me? Are we good now? I'm going to assume that we're good now. Opius just decided it wanted to disconnect randomly. Because yes, that's what you do. Alright. I think that we're good now. We can continue. My hand freezes. How do you know about all this? My blood runs cold when I remember what Amela told me about that fairy tale. Yeah? I turn to regard Mithros with a frown. I mean, who wouldn't be interested to know what happens if he doesn't break the curse? What do you plan on doing to Rod? Sir Mithros shrugs. What do you know about his curse? You mean... I have the same thought, but is Rod truly going to die? So the reason Rod gave up breaking his curse was because he knew that Viorica would never love him back. He knew that he was going to die the moment Viorica married. Dread begins to wash over me. As if orchestrated by magic, the double doors open and Rod steps inside. When he sees me, his expression relaxes. I turn around to face Sir Mithros once again, but to my surprise, he is already gone. When did Sir Mithros leave? I mean, you can just ask. Never hurts to ask, right? Is it true that you will die when Viorica marries Desmond? Please answer my question, Rod. I do not want anyone to help you fix this. His voice is now soft, his expression tired. Do what? Oh, whoops, I was supposed to read that. Rod becomes silent, his gaze downcast. The vulnerable expression catches me by surprise. You should have told me about your curse a long time ago. I could have tried to help you. Because I care about you. My face warms up when the words escape from my lips. Rod also flushes. That I am worried about you on Amella's behalf, of course. I do not want her to think that I let you die. Rod lets out a deep sigh. You are in no position to tell me what to do. And there's a hint of warning in his voice. Now you better let me help you or... Oh. Okay. Yep. My words are cut off when Rod presses his lips to mine. It is only a brief kiss, and when he pulls away, his usual somberness has returned. I can only stare back at him, baffled. Rod, you do realize that you just kissed the princess? Wonderful. Rod looks at Sebi, then at me. His face colors once more. He takes a step back, his lips pressed together. Without any other warning, Rod turns abruptly and stalks out of the room. Sebi falls from his shoulder and falls to the ground, but Rod does not notice in his hurry to leave. I stare after him in shock. I can't believe he just ran away. I walk to where Sebi is and kneel down to pick him up. Are you alright? I'm fine. Thank you, princess. Sebi tilts his head to the side. That Rod. I wonder when he'll start acting like a man. Suddenly kissing a girl like that is so unromantic. So right though. I think about the warmth of Rod's lips pressed against mine and flush again. Rod may not say much, but he has a lot going on in his head. Thoughts he doesn't ever want anyone to know. I don't want to speak on his behalf, but I know he really does care about you, princess. He's just a little standoffish and has a difficult time showing his emotions. He's sensitive like that. Take it from me, I'm always in his head. I care about him too, but what will become of my feelings once I break my curse? Will I return to being his stepsister when all this is over? No, this is not the time to mull over such thoughts. I'm sorry for asking this of you, princess, but can you return me to Rod? The boy is useless without me. The exasperation in Sebi's voice makes me smile. Sebi acts like Rod's older sibling. Of course. When Rod does not open the door, I knock again. Rod's eyes widen as soon as he sees me. His face flushes a dark crimson. I'm here to return Sebi. Rod nods slowly before taking Sebi from my hands. Be careful not to drop me again next time. There's a hint of a smile on Rod's face as he taps Sebi's face. He looks so much more at ease when he smiles. Rod faces me again with an apologetic expression. Huh? Nah, I'll apologize too. I don't know what for, but might as well. It was my fault for talking too much. I refuse. Rod sighs. Of course I am. I've got to be. That makes the both of us. The hovering silence becomes more pronounced as we both stop talking. You said you wanted to talk to me about something you discussed with Lady Parfait. Actually, about that, I know who the witch is. I do. It's Sir Mithros. He's the real witch. They were true. Sir Mithros is also already aware that Delora has been investigating the palace. We need to warn her. I nod in response. The moment he says the words, I realize he's correct. My eyelids are heavy. You're right. I think I shall take my leave. Good night, Rod. Moments after Rod closes the door, I hear a familiar voice whispering in my ear. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. I jump back in surprise and stare at him with wide eyes. Sir Mithros is leaning casually against one of the pedestals. When I do not answer, Sir Mithros smiles and shrugs. I glance around us and notice the green shield from earlier. Once again, no one will hear this conversation. Rod may have given up on breaking his curse, but I refuse to do nothing. From the way Sir Mithros is taunting me, he must know of some other way to break the curse. Rod will not be happy about this, but I need to use whatever means necessary to save him. Do you know how to break his curse, Sir Mithros? Tell me. Mithros cocks an eyebrow and waves a finger at me. Help you if you're planning on betraying the king. What? And what is it that you would want from me? And that is my... I look at him perplexed. Why does it have to be on my birthday? No! I bite my lower lip as I consider. I am worried about Sir Mithros' request, but I no longer have time. Viorica's marriage is tomorrow, and Sir Mithros has the upper hand. Stupid. I understand. does he mean by that? Tell me what I must do. What? If Rod could help himself, he would have already done so. Stupid. Today is Viorica's wedding day, and also the day Rod is destined to die. Sir Mithras explained his plan briefly last night. He told me that he would have a valuable item delivered to Rod that he would need to use to break his curse. He further explained that it was something he would need to use after the wedding. I tried to question him further, but he disappeared before I could, saying that he needed to start his preparations. Oh, my thing is dying. I do not completely trust him, but I am running out of time and have no choice right now. The royal family has left the palace to attend Viorica's wedding. It is unusual for the king to attend another noble's wedding, but Viorica is an exception given that she is one of Rod and Amella's best friends. Despite Sir Mithras' reassurance, I am still restless. Sir Mithras told me that everything would be alright, that Rod would not instantly die the moment Viorica got married. But why must his involvement be reserved for a time after the wedding? Why does he not act now? Delora suddenly stands before me, smirking. Her appearance shocks me so badly I nearly drop the dishes in my hands. What impeccable timing. Do you know him? Delora walks closer and places both her hands on my shoulders. I take a deep breath to still my rapidly beating heart. food came, so I had to go do that. You're getting interrupted! I hope I will not regret asking for his help. Yes, of course. Actually, he is not in the palace right now. He went with the royal family to attend a wedding. I can only assume he must be there at the wedding to help Rod. Why doesn't she tell her? Oh god, she's so stupid. When I'm left to my own thoughts, my mind returns to the issue of Rod's curse. Sir Mithros mentioned a similarity with the fairy tale, which means I might have a chance of finding out more. I decide to go to the library when I have the time to pick up the book. I'm now on my way back to my quarters with the book in hand when I see Rod walking toward me from the other side. His eyes are fixed on the floor, so he does not notice me as I approach. Rod? He is still alive. Does that mean Sir Mithros has succeeded? Rod's voice still comes from Seppi. The realization instills a deep fear inside of me. He is still cursed. How much time does he have left? Much to my surprise, Rod actually smiles at me. The smile is forced, however, and does not reach his eyes. Are you alright? Are you sure? Without waiting for my answer, Rod begins to walk away. A strange heaviness hangs in my chest. But I feel like this is the last time I will see him. I glance down at the book in my hands and slowly open up to the last page of the Little Mermaid fairy tale. I start reading from the section where the mermaid sisters explain how to get her fins back. Take this knife before the sun rises. You must plunge it into the heart of the prince, and you will be a mermaid once again. The book falls from my hands and collapses to the floor. I stare at it dumbfounded. Wait, this means Rod needs to kill Viorica? And the item that Sir Mithros mentioned earlier. Could it be the knife? I need to find him. I turn and start running in the direction of Rod's room in hopes that I will still be able to catch Sir Mithros there. When I come to the end of the hallway, however, it is not Mithros who stands by Rod's door. Amela? Amela is slowly walking in the direction of the throne room. Her movements seem oddly mechanical. I rush toward her. Princess Cinderella. Where are you going? Why is she going to the throne room? Rod is back in his room. My eyes catch on something shining in Amella's hand. My heart nearly stops when I see that it is a knife. Amella, what are you? Sorry. It is as if she is in a trance. Is this Sir Mithros' doing? Is she under one of his spells? Amella, snap out of it! Amella starts walking again, ignoring me. When I try to approach her again, thinking to steal away the knife, a shadow suddenly comes to stand between us. Varg looms in front of me, smirking. Where did you come from? Let me through, Varg. I look at Amella, who has not even turned to glance at us. I glare at Varg, who is still standing in my way, grinning. Step aside, Varg. I try to sidestep, but Varg follows my motions. I try again and again, but he just thwarts my progress. He holds his hands up in the air, eyebrows raised. Rod would never kill her. He would never do anything to harm the person he loves. He refused to do it, and he has no reason to do it now. Varg is silent for a moment as he considers. He steps aside and bows. You are letting me go? When I push open the door, I find Rod kneeling down. Amella lies on the floor in front of him, unconscious. Amella! Something glints in Rod's hands. Even from this distance, I know that it's the same knife Amella was holding earlier. Out of the corner of my eye, I see someone slouched against one of the pillars. Eureka? I rush to her side, then sigh in relief when I see the gentle rise and fall of her chest. She is still alive. How did she get here? He stares at the knife for a few moments, then curses as he slams his fist into the ground. Oh jeez. Guilt floods my chest, making it difficult to breathe. I was the one who asked Sir Mithros to help Rod. He said he knew how to break his curse. But I did not realize that in order to break his curse, he needed to kill the person he loved. I relied entirely on the story Amella told me, and that was my biggest mistake. I should have read the full fairy tale. Mithros turns to Rod. And Mithros shifts his gaze to me. Rod follows his gaze to me and raises his eyebrows. There's no use lying to him now. I asked Sir Mithros to help me break your curse. I didn't know that you were meant to kill... Viorica, I. Rod shakes his head, his face marred with disappointment. I wanted to help you, Rod. I feel my heart plummet as I slowly nod at him. So, there really is no other way. Oh. Rod. I feel a heavy weight on my chest, as if some force is crushing my heart. I'm sorry. I promised myself that I would save your life, but I failed. I blink back the tears that are brimming in my eyes. Rod stands, then moves over to stand before me, places a hand on my cheek. What did I expect to happen? Even if Rod had killed Viorica today, he would have carried that burden for the rest of his life. And all because I asked the witch to make him do something he did not want to do in the first place. Rod reaches for Seppi and places him in my hands. There must be another way. We cannot go just yet. I cannot even bring myself to consider what is happening. Panic engulfs my senses as I stare at Rod, who is becoming translucent. Rod, you are... Despite the fact that his words waver, when Rod looks at me, his smile is bright and warm. My vision blurs as tears gather in my eyes. In the next instant, his body has dissolved into soft orbs of light. The light gathers in the air, then begins to fade. I am so sorry. So yeah, no happily ever end. Listen, I tried my best, okay? It's been like 8 years since I played this, okay? Alright. Let me think. What happened? Okay, I think we can quickly try and go back through it. I should have saved more. It doesn't have to start all the way from chapter 5. Yeah, the fast forward. Less. Thank you. Alright. I'm just gonna... Yes, please. Please. Don't make me do this. Okay. I feel like it had to be, like, in the latter parts. You know what, maybe? If I tell Amela, maybe that was it. I don't know. We'll just see what happens. We'll just see what happens. Alright, let's try this one. It might not make a difference, but never know. I probably have to go all the way back to like chapter 3. Alright, my attention is quickly drawn to where Amela is moving between groups of people, introducing herself and making light conversation. I know this will be frowned upon, but Amela's safety must come first. I make my way quickly over to Amela and curtsy just off to the side, trying to draw as little attention to myself as possible. Princess Amela, may I have a word? Amela is clearly shocked at my intrusion, but she masks it well. I draw her closer to the walls where the crowd blocks us from view. There's no time for that. I take her hand in mine and look at her somberly. You have to watch out for this man in a mask. Sir Alcaster brought him to the ball. I cannot exactly tell her that I think he is a witch right now. There are too many people looking. Just please be wary of him. I turn in shock to see Rod suddenly standing beside me. I jump back at the sound of Varg's voice. Rod takes a step forward and places his hands on my shoulders to steady me. Varg looks at me for a few moments, but I say nothing. He eventually turns to Amela, a wolfish smile on his face. Amela flushes as Varg reaches for her hand, presses a kiss to the back of it, still grinning. I can feel Rod tense behind me. Amela bites down on her lower lip as she stares at him. I become acutely aware of just how quiet the throne room has become. She cannot refuse him with so many people watching her. You're right. I have a feeling I'm still gonna get the bad ending from this, though. I really do. Like, the word confront, it's like so... what's the word? Hard. Aggressive, that's the word. It's so aggressive. Oh, dang it. I need to look real quick. Dang it. Why can't I scroll? Maybe I guess I can try confronting him, I don't know. Is this really how you want things to end? Have you even thought about what your family will feel after they find out that you lied about your curse? You are going to die when Viorica gets married tomorrow, am I right? And that is why you told me that there is nothing I could do to help you break your curse. Because she refuses to give up on you, and I will not give up on you either. Alright, maybe that'll do something. Maybe, possibly, I don't know. I know you did not intend to do that in the first place. He trails off, then averts his eyes slowly to the floor. What exactly are you feeling? Rod flushes deep red before turning away. Right? Maybe, possibly, I don't know. Okay, this is the one that I'm really unsure about. You know, I think I'll ask about the wedding this time. I quickly clamped my hand over my mouth after I asked the question. Rod just saw the person he loves getting married today. I already know how he feels. I apologize. I should not have asked that. Rod looks at me, surprised, then to my shock, he starts chuckling. Why are you laughing? I apologize for trying to be sensitive, Your Highness. Not realizing it, I smiled back at him. It looks like Rod has finally learned to converse with me normally. I hope this will not be the last time I see him smile like this. Rod looks at me again and smiles. Alright. There's no other choices from here on out, so... Alright. Like I said, we'll probably have to go all the way back from, like, chapter 3. Ugh. That is so evil. Because we honestly do need to, get his good ending if we want to get to the other two. Which is what annoys me so much right now. So give me 1 second while I find the walkthrough. Alright guys, I found it. As I expected, I literally have to go all the way back to chapter 3. Oh my god. But less for fast forward, so... Let's see. Obviously... Just so we can, you know, be done with it. Yep, go to the next one. Alright. I really had to go all the way back to chapter 3. That fucking sucks. I glare at him. Your reaction is completely unwarranted. I'm trying to make up for what I have done in the past. Why should that make any difference? Besides, I'm still willing to help you break your curse, even though it annoys me that you do not want to. Alright, that's that. Oh, okay, some new dialogue. Nothing useful. Shh. Don't tell me what I did right, okay? Alright. Okay, so I was right about staying silent right there. I was like, as much as I want to. Right, even if I do agree, I doubt Rod would want to dance with me. You cannot learn how to dance by watching someone. You have to practice the steps yourself. Amela smiles at me, but it is obvious that she looks more disheartened now. Rod looks at his sister before shaking his head. He turns to walk toward me. He holds out his hand. What? Rod leans closer to me and speaks in a low voice. He's actually curious about your dancing, princess. I'm surprised when Sebi suddenly whispers to me. I can tell it is Sebi by the change in the pitch of voice. Oops. Sorry, Rod. Rod glares at Sebi before looking at me again. I shift my gaze to Amela, who is practically beaming. I sigh and shake Rod's hand. I know Amela does not like treating me as a maid, but this is a little too much. Fine, just this once. Right. Let me get the CG again. Right. Right. Correct answers. Da-da-da-da. That's good. Damn, I messed up a lot. Holy shit. I'm fine. I'm surprised by the look on Rod's face at my response. His expression is soft, so unlike his usual scowl. Rod here is pretty worried about you, princess. Exposing him at every turn. Rod glares at Sebi, his cheeks tinged pink. Sebi chuckles. Sorry, Rod. Your thoughts ring so loudly in your mind that I can't help but say them aloud. This is not the first time Sebi has told me about what Rod is thinking. Rod reaches out and pinches Sebi's face, his scowl returning. Ow, ow, ow! I'm sorry, okay? The next time, try not to think too loudly. Right. Next one. Jeez. That was right. Next one. Sebi sighs. How can I not when Rod here is thinking too loudly? It makes my head ache. You get headaches? That's not the point. Point is that when he thinks on something too long, his head becomes cloudy and really full, like it's going to explode. That's why I gotta explain it for him. He's not good at expressing his thoughts, so Rod cuts Sebi off by pinching his cheeks. Alright. Next. Okay. Next. Sorry, guys. Where the hell is my... There it is. Next. Alright. The scowl on Rod's face deepens. I almost smirk. Maybe he is reluctant to show me, but Rod is also full of pride. He's more likely to show me if I pose a challenge. The others may have forgotten, but you still remember, do you not? I am a princess, and was taught by the kingdom's best instructor. I say the words with pride, and I notice Rod's lips twitch in response. It actually makes me feel accomplished to get under Rod's skin when he is usually the one getting under mine. Say what you want, but I will refuse to believe you without any proof. I still say that I am a better dancer than you are. Rod steps forward and pulls me suddenly into his arms, taking me by surprise. He looks at me, clearly determined. Fine then, you'll have your proof. I'll make you swallow those words with this dance. We shall see. Right, let that go. We're in the next chapter. Alright. Do not tell him, apparently. It is nothing. Would you have believed me? Rod drops his gaze from mine. You would have believed me. How am I to know that? Rod is like a walking contradiction. Rod glances up again, this time to look at Viorica. Alright, next. Oh, okay, we got something new. Let me just look at the next one. Explain. Explain? There was one that said explain? When we are out of sight of Viorica's shop, Rod stops, releasing my hand as he turns to face me. You never liked me. You had no reason to believe me. Rod sighs, running a hand through his hair. Rod turns away, suddenly looking embarrassed. You are expecting me to just assume that? How would I know unless you made that absolutely clear? I understand. He gestures to my necklace. Yay, my second good deed. Suddenly tongue-tied, I find myself looking everywhere but at Rod. When I have once again gathered my senses, I turn to the road. Alright. Okay, so that was fine. Let's see. Tell him off for his behavior. Hell yeah. Fuck you. I'm sorry. Next. Plead with him, warn her. Okay, so in the last parts I was pretty right. So it's literally just in the beginning parts that I fucked up. Okay, next. Confront. Apologize. I fucked up a lot, holy shit. I'm about to leave when Rod suddenly grabs my hand. I turn to face him. Yo. This is the first time I have heard him say my name so warmly. I can almost hear my heartbeat ringing in my ears as I stare at him with anticipation, but Rod says nothing else. Rod eventually releases my hand with a shake of his head. I cannot help but feel dejected. Good night. Alright, how was the wedding? There we go. Now we got the good ending. Jeez. Alright, give me like a moment. I need to like decompress right now. Okay. Just a little bit more and we're done. I stop in my tracks when I see Sir Mithros standing just in front of the main door to the throne room. He looks at me expectantly as I approach. Sir Mithros? I clench my hands into tight fists. Helping the prince break his curse, Rod killing someone is not what I wanted. Sir Mithros puts a finger to his lips. I glare at him, and take a deep breath and lower my voice. You did not tell me that breaking Rod's curse meant killing someone. The grin on his lips never wavers, but I can see the amusement in his eyes. I relied entirely on the story Amela told me, and that was my biggest mistake. I should have read the full fairy tale. Sir Mithros continues to smile at me. I realize that he is speaking slowly, like one might speak to a child. So condescending. No, wait. I start to realize that Sir Mithros is purposely drawing out this conversation to stall me. I need to go. Mithros does not stop me when I slide past him to open the doors to the throne room. The first thing I see when I enter is the throne room. When I enter the throne room is Rod. He is standing in the middle of the area with Amela in his arms. Is she alright? Rod gently places Amela on the throne. He leans down to look more closely at her sleeping face, then reaches down to take the object in her hand before he faces me. I can see the metallic glimmer in his hand, and know that he is holding the knife Amela brought with her. He pauses to stare at it, then turns suddenly, eyes widening at some sight in another part of the room. I follow his gaze to the corner of the room, where Viorica floats in midair. Her eyes are closed and her hands clasped, as if she is just sleeping. Viorica? But how? Sir Mithros walks into the room with his hands clasped behind his back. Sir Mithros just smiles at him pleasantly. Rod only glares back at him. Sir Mithros clicks his tongue and chuckles. He knows Dolores is here. I glance around the room and notice that Sir Mithros has created his silent green barrier. This is the same magic he used yesterday. Sir Mithros spreads his arms, gesturing toward both Amela and Viorica. I did not know it meant killing Viorica, I swear, and that is why I came here to stop you. Because I refuse to let you die. Can you not see that you are important to me, Rod? I'm saying, what a scandal. I turned to Sir Mithros and stared daggers at him. I asked you to help, Rod. Why did you have to involve Amela in this? Mithros waves his hand. His fingers begin to glow subtly with magic. What are you? Rod. Faint green glow surrounds Rod as he doubles over. What are you doing to him? Rod stands abruptly and begins walking toward Viorica. The knife in his hand glistens beneath the patches of scattered moonlight in the room. I can tell, Sebby. I can tell that. I'm not blind. Stop this, Sir Mithros. Where's Delora when we need her? I run toward Rod and wrap my arms around his waist in an attempt to stop him. But whether through magic or his own strength, he continues onward. I end up being dragged behind him. Rod, snap out of it. His gaze is so glassy, and his words so mechanical, that he sounds nothing like himself. Yes, I'm sorry. Kidding. Mithros, stop this. I'm ending our deal. Though Mithros' words were apologetic, his expression is anything but. In fact, he looks amused by it all. Not so fast! Crimson ball of light rushes toward Mithros. He waves his hand through the air, and is barely able to conjure a shield to protect himself from Delora's magic. Delora! That is not important. Help me stop Rod. Frost slowly appears beneath Rod's feet. It spreads up his legs, freezing him in place. I sigh with relief as I collapse onto the floor. My arms are sore with the effort of trying to hold Rod back. Mithros clicks his tongue as he faces Delora. Light gathers around Mithros' hand. Moments later, he releases the energy toward her. Delora in turn conjures a barrier, successfully protecting herself from Mithros' magic. Yeah, at this point, I am done. We're just gonna blast through this. Jeez. I am trying my best to get through the rest of this. Oh my god. You can use that, you know? It be like that sometimes. Wait, what? Your voice, it's back. True. I forgot how. Explain it. Wow, how shiny. Here you go. Oh my god. Okay, but I want to know, how did it break? Woo, 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 woo. Right? Yeah, explain it for us dummies. Or it could be just, you know, falling up with somebody else. That's crazy. But honestly, a little bit. What's the word? I guess understandable though. That's good. Okay, but that's the thing though. Shouldn't the deal be like over? Broken? No. Because it was originally for Viorica, and well, he no longer wants Viorica, and Viorica's now married, so it should be nullified. If I remember how contracts work. Whoa, she said the L word. Jesus. 1 month later. One day. Oh lord. I can only imagine what Ophelia would think if she learned the truth. Oh god. Yes, handsomeness. we're done. Great, we're done. Now I never have to do this route ever again. Now, don't get me wrong, you know, I don't hate road, but I'm not a big fan of the implications, the fact that falling in love with my stepbrother. You know. Alright. You know what? Oh, that's the thing. I can't even skip the credits. So many times lately I've been locked in credits hell. Oh. Credits hell. And that's what I call it. It's like I just literally cannot skip it. And guess what? We'll probably have to sit through the second one next time. But yeah, I was definitely not ending the stream until I got the good ending. And that was pretty much a given. But yeah, once this finishes, I'm just gonna end stream. So I will see you guys tomorrow for Near Replicant. I don't know. I probably might end up forgetting that I'm supposed to do some side quest stuff off stream for tomorrow, but yeah, that's our game plan for tomorrow. Yeah, I'm like dead right now. You know what? I'm pretty sure Rod gave me issues back then too. I think Karma's was the only one that I did like perfectly without having to like go back and change things. Part of me still kind of wants to see if I got it for Karma, but probably not. Oh yeah, you guys never get to see this. Honestly, this is like adorable. Yep, now we have Rod. So yeah, that's basically what it looks like after we get the good ending. But yes, as you saw, you have to get the good ending, otherwise it's not gonna show up. Yeah, thank you guys for coming to stream today. I know it was like really long. I thought it was gonna be like 3 long chapters, but no, it was a series of short chapters. 10 whole chapters. But they're all fairly short, so we should be okay. Especially since we don't have to go through the prologue again in chapters 1 and 2. So next time I throw this on schedule, we'll be starting Karma's route. So as you guys know, this is Rumple. And as I already explained, this is Waltz. So you guys can figure out which one is Karma from the last two. Alright guys, goodbye. I am tired.